Hello and welcome everybody. This is the third round at Prague International Chess Festival, and right now we're outside of the playing venue. This is the lounge area for the players. Here we have some snacks where the players can come and have some refreshment. Of course, we have a lot of types of fruit, water and some cookies because they definitely need a lot of energy. On the other side, we do have water and juice, coffee, tea, all of this. If we just walk on this side, here we have arbiters ready with the devices to scan the player. This is everything against cheating, obviously, and arbiters are just waiting for the players. As I know, the top players, the participants of the master tournaments are not here. I don't see anyone yet, but it's okay. We're gonna wait and they will come, but we have a lot of people already coming for the open tournament. So just to have a perspective what is here, on this side we have the top boards of the open tournament, and this is one of the strong open tournaments you can imagine in chess. This is the area of the open tournament. We have some area for the spectators, and now we are entering to the playing venue of masters, futures and challengers. And guess what? Of course, we have David Navara here as first player joining us from the Masters. There is no one else from Masters, I don't see, but we have all the participants from the future. All lovely girls, ladies, they are here and they're very excited. Maybe we can just walk a little bit. They have here some fun time. In the end of the day, they're also just kids and they want to have a good time, so we can record them. They are so pretty, they're smiling, chatting, making friends. We have some participants from the future as well. So the board of a day for me would be this one. Nodirbek Yakubov against Hans Niemann. Hans Niemann lost his game yesterday. He finished as last against Aravin. It was quite painful loss for him. Let's see if he can manage to come back. On the other side of the board with white pieces, we have Nodirbek Yakubov. He's having really good tournament. I think he's in a good form. So this is a board of my choice. And the other board I think Alojzije might choose is Vincent Keimer against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. This is another board which is quite amazing. Vincent Keimer lost his first game and he's the first seeded player in this tournament. Abdusattorov has have really good tournament. So we have 3 participants in the Masters who are leading with 1.5 point. We have 2 Nodirbeks. And we have also local David Navara. They have not lost their games. They are leading the tournament. And another player who has not lost the game is Gukesh. The others have lost at least once out of 2 games. Here we have David Anton. He's very patient, waiting for the photo that is being done for David Navara. Today we also have the ceremony to find out what was the best game of the second round, and we are just about 2 minutes away to be announced, and we can see that the players from the futures and the masters are slowly arriving, getting ready. Hi, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So tell me how the tournament is going for you.
Okay, for me it's going really well. I hope that we can be funny and just be as we are.
You look very happy. You look like, oh, this is the place, you own this place. Can you please tell our viewers your name, your rating, and where are you from?
Okay, I'm called Clialessi. I come from Italy, and my ELO is 1887.
That is really amazing. What is your favorite Italian food? We have to ask this question for sure.
My favorite Italian, there are a lot of Italians that I like, but he is right here. He's called Luca Moroni.
Oh, he's the first student.
Yes. He's Italian. We're really great friends, and I hope maybe to play against him and Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. I wish best of luck and also
you.
enjoy, make a lot of friends, and yeah, best of luck.
Thank you.
Guys, I have to admit that the question that I asked was about Italian food because I'm really foodie and she's so focused on chess. She thought I asked the chess question and she said that her favorite player here is from also Italy. So I think I have to let these people focus on chess and me to go to the studio. So see you there. You're talking to me in chat.
Yes, but yes, I mean we can make it, but they should ask us.
We're back actually at the playing venue because we have a very special moment. We have here with us a CEO of Check-In Hotels. You're going to make first ceremonial move. Which board are you going to play?
I'm happy to start this game today. Yeah.
But just one question: what can you tell about us to have the chess tournament in this hotel? How important it is?
It's great. It's eighth ceremony. The hotel is the real chess cathedral, and Prague is much nicer. So all is better. Yeah.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank
See
you
you.
very much. So we're going to have now the first ceremonial move, and it is true that the hotel is a very good host of the chess tournament, and we feel like at home. So yeah, this is the final for me from this venue, and I'll join you from the studio.
Dobré odpoledne, dámy a pánové. Vítám vás zde u třetího dne Prague International Chess Festivalu. Všechny sály hotelu Don Giovanni jsou plné a všude právě ve 3 hodiny, což máme nyní, startují další boje na šachovnicích.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third day of the Prague International Chess Festival 2026. The house is full of chess players. All the rooms are full of chess players ready to start today's games.
Předáme také cenu za nejlepší partii včerejšího kola a naše trofy putuje Davidu Antonu Gicharovi.
David Anton Gicharo is the winner of the best game of the second round.
A je mi velkou ctí zde přivítat Jaroslava Svobodu, CEO a majitele hotelového řetězce Check-In Hotels, který provede úvodní tah 3. kola, a to v partii Davida Navary a Davida Antona Gichara.
The ceremonial first move will be done by the CEO of the Check-In Hotels, Mr. Svoboda. please, it's time to start your clocks.
And welcome to the third round from my side. Keti was in the playing hall and players have started their games. We had Jaroslav Svoboda as the founder and CEO of Check-in Hotels. We were mentioning that sponsor, but I will tell you a little bit more. So it's a hotel chain where chess is a part of each hotel. It's a Czech hotel group and one of the largest hospitality companies in the Czech Republic. It was founded in 2003 by Mr. Jaroslav Svoboda, our ceremonial, first ceremonial move distinguished guest. It's a dynamically growing Czech hotel chain with an extensive portfolio of hotels, primarily in the 4 stars segment, a significant market share, and they are expanding a lot domestically and internationally. The group operates more than 26 hotels with nearly 3,000 rooms and approximately 7,000 beds. In particular, the Don Giovanni Hotel, our venue, is a chess stand. In addition to this festival, a number of youth events are held here throughout the year. The Don Giovanni Hotel was the favorite place of Grandmaster Vlastimil Hort. So that's a really nice combination, I believe, Keti, since we do need hotels for our events.
We do need hotels, we do need good hotels, and we're so lucky to be here because we kind of feel like the people here who are working, they're so friendly and they're doing their best to make everyone stay comfortable. And somehow it has been tradition that this hotel is the home place of the Prague Chess Festival. Today in the morning we had the kids event. We had hundreds of kids running around with the chess pieces, and they had puzzles on different floors, and they had to run around and solve that puzzles and win the competition. So we have whole hotel just occupied by chess tournament, by chess players. Hundreds of people are visiting every day, and such a great thing to be a supporter of chess tournament.
Yeah, I just want to add that somehow you're shining today. Is it because of the weather? People could see you in the playing hall. You're always smiley. Yeah, I believe that this atmosphere probably inspires you. This combination of many different kind of players. Once again, just to remind you, WGM, Keti Tsatsalashvili, and I'm Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic. And yeah, we are following and hoping to provide you some additional info. Yesterday, Keti, you did some interviews. We will show the one against last year winner Aravind, but let's just briefly check. We have this nice mosaic, this multiple view from our technical team. So today, is it E4 or D4 day?
We're looking at the moment at the challengers, and I see the mix of both. I see E4s, I see D4s. What I love to see here is Zhujiner against Divya. Two female players in the challengers facing each other. Zhujiner has really tough times here, while Divya has actually made 2 draws. This is something that we can focus. But if we go back to the actually standings, what we have here, we have 2 leaders, 2 out of 2. Thomas
Bersen, yeah.
Person, yes, he has 2 out of 2, and as well as Stefan Herbeck. Those 2 young players we're going to watch more carefully, and I wonder if in the end of the tournament the standings remains like that: the young players at the beginning of the standings and more experienced players in the other side of the screen.
It's hard to keep the pace. It's reserved for higher rated players, but of course some of them will manage to hold. You yesterday did a nice interview with Thomas Bersen. I believe that now you have a little bit bigger picture of his play, of his approach. But let's go to our Masters group. We have the moves. Let's maybe remind you about the standings and pairings. So regarding pairings, you can see we have today some kind of mix of top clashes. Abdusattorov, Kamer springs to mind first.
That's what I said, that
Yes.
that would be the match of your choice.
And we have Jordan van Forest against Gukesh. That's always an interesting game. Aravind Parham and Niemann, everyone likes to follow him. David Navara, local hero. David Anton Hikaru, playing for years for Novibor Club. And regarding standings, we cannot expect some perfect scorer in this 100% score in this event. It's so hard to win games here. So each
Even though-
plus is fine.
Even though after 2 rounds we had so much decisive results that we don't see that at the top level, still we don't have the 100% leaders, while in the challengers and in the masters we have 2 people with 2 out of 2. I love the setup of today. I love the matchups today. Maksodlu, Aravind, that's going to be also very interesting, especially after Aravind winning his game. He got this confidence that he was looking for. I hope he forgot his first day loss, because yesterday he was still talking about that. Another matchup that I'm so much focused today is Navara against David Anton. Somehow I love to see this matchup, you know, between these 2 players. They are very creative, both of them. And also, if we ask the same questions here, is it a D4 day or E4 day? Are not we having kind of mix as well
Yeah,
here?
today is, I would say, a mix. As you mentioned, there are some interesting openings. For example, in Aravind versus Maksodlu, this is the idea to invite Parham to an endgame party to stop his creativity. Of course, it's not so simple for him to be super sharp in endgames. We can recall his first round loss versus David Navara, and here this is a line where black can take on e4. It's close to equal, but it's not fully equal. White has this extra tempo, and it's not important to be deprived of the right for castle, since king will stay in the center anyway. But it's an interesting psychological question. Would you like to sort of equalize immediately, or getting closer to equalization, or will you keep up with the normal game? But then these guys are not, of course, the ones to be underestimated. It's a concession. Regarding second board, it seems that we will have a classical stuff where we will have Rui Lopez, old school. For example, I don't know, Anand versus Mickey Adams or something like that. And in
I
Abdusattorov.
can't believe we did not put Anand in our team yesterday.
Ah, yeah,
of the
Vichy is still
generations.
playing. Yeah. Vichy is
Oh
still,
wow,
is
that's
still there. Yeah, because
that's a big clash of
I
us.
see him in a different role. He's also
Yes.
still part of the elite, top 10, top 15, FIDE deputy president. So somehow.
Yeah, for those who just joined us on our YouTube channel of ECU and Practice Festival, greetings first of all. We hope that we're going to have a good day today. We're going to have a lot of exciting games. But if you have no idea what we're talking about and how we dare to miss Anand in our list, we were talking with Alojzije yesterday if we can create the team of the clash of generations. So we will build up the team of the youth players, and we also build up the team of elder generation, and that's the list that we did not include Vishy Anand because we believe that he's still doing a lot of job out there for just promoting chess and also playing quite often himself the chess games.
Usually, Keti, this is your role in this commentary to notice some interesting things. So today, Gukesh once again has forgotten his glasses, but Jordan Van Forest came with ones.
Yes, he came, and when I was walking back to our studio from the playing venue, he was actually a bit late. So he was in rush, and he was with these fancy glasses. I like it. I wonder if he's going to keep the glasses until the end, because chess players tend to just remove it later on. But looks quite nice.
My next sunglasses would be probably these Google Meta glasses or something like this. I heard that I'm wearing Ray-Ban that this works, but I think Sindarov has them, but it's unfortunately forbidden during the game to wear any electronical device.
Oh, no. We do have fair play arbiters at the venue ready to catch anyone who dares to carry the devices with them. And of course, at this level, our players in Masters and Challengers, they don't even think of that. These classes are obviously allowed. I love the footage we have. I love this angle. We can just get as close as possible to the players, and very often it gives us very good vision. I think that Jordan, after yesterday's painful loss that he had, he seems calm. He seems relaxed. And this is another day he can enjoy, and we mentioned this a lot, that he's having really good momentum in his career and winning a lot of rating points and doing really good.
Okay, let's delve into the position a bit. So it was e4, e5, Rui Lopez, a6, knight f6, castles, b5. Usually black goes for bishop e7. So b5, and then after bishop b3 came this d6 stuff, which is a bit provocative, but it stands the test. There are some forced lines here. If I'm not mistaken, that white can go knight g5 here, but then there is a d5 stuff. So here c3 was played, bishop e7, rook e1. Okay, this is Chigorin style stuff, but black has not castled yet. So this is that difference. Now we are in this position. Black is very confident. The position is quite open, but two bishops should be better, but there is small activity from black in this position, so that's actually the concept. I would be afraid a bit, but of course this is top level prep, and black is still in the book.
Yeah, that's something that Gukesh time tells us. He is 2 days in a row showing that he is well prepared for this tournament. He has arrived here with his second Gajewski. Probably they had also some trainings together, so he shows his good form. And as he mentioned in the interviews, and you guys can check it out, the interviews on the YouTube channels of Prague Chess Festival, his aim now is to become the best chess player, and it's a good start to start it from the World Championship title. Indeed, Gukesh Tomoraju on the screen. Both players with the hands on the hat, covering their faces, trying to focus.
Yeah, regarding seconds, you mentioned Gaevski, Gregos, right? We played a game. I lost this painful game at Capella Grand when I needed a draw to win this huge event of 1,000 people there. But he deserved the win in the end. He is the one who is acting as a main second. But those guys, I think they have something like 5, 6 at least. So what's actually the concept? You hire someone who will follow, who is an expert in Sicilian or Rui Lopez, and then this guy is filling you with some updates, some new ideas, and probably there is a filter, and you are getting those kind of information. It doesn't mean that in chess that you need super strong grandmaster, because theory is just one part of the game. There are some players who were like excelling in theory, but they were struggling in end games, in middle games, and they had like super prep, while some players were not so good in preparation, but they had end game techniques and maybe practical strength. So it's quite an interesting, I would say that this, we know a lot about them, about their play, about the moves, but regarding seconds, as I said, training matches, this is something a bit hidden in the last 15-20 years, I believe.
Yeah.
Do you know, like, who is working, for example, for
Okay.
Gukesh beside the Gaevski? What would you say?
I kind of know, yes.
Ah, okay. You're an insider. But okay, I know that during the World Championship match, and what was now the case, they hire people and then you send them to different time zone.
Yes.
Because during the World Championship match, they can help you over the night, which is not a night in their place. So this is a new technique that you send players to a different time zone to be able to get info in the morning, and they are not working in
Yeah, that's
whole
what I
night.
notice when players are sleeping and resting. That's the time when the seconds are working heavily. And it's not only one coach or second that the top players have there, like team of players, grandmasters, and the theoreticians working. I should hire someone for my
Yeah.
Sicilian. I just
Yeah,
I
yeah,
really
yeah.
need that. I wish I could do that. But yeah, when you're a professional chess player, this is part of your job, right? To have it, and also Vincent quite often, the player we have on the screen, quite often talks about his training camps that he has, and he also talked about this ring that he's carrying for last 1 year. It's some kind of lucky ring. Also copying here, maybe it brings some luck for me too.
I don't know if my
that's a
marriage
different
ring is
luck
bringing
you
me
have.
luck, but I need to wear it. Yeah.
You have to. That's different type of luck. But the thing is that Vincent said that after he started to wear that ring, he noticed that his rating started to increase pretty much, and he's not removing it. Do you believe that chess players are superstitious? Yes.
Yeah, there are many, and it's known also in sports. For example, you recall Nadal, he will never stop on the line, and the way how he adjusted his like bottles of water and other stuff. There are some superstitious players, but regarding his ring, I would just love to mention, that at beginning, so Nakamura became an US champion, and the present there was ring. Usually American champions were getting a ring.
Is that ring the present from the tournament that Hikaru is wearing?
I think that was his first American
Wow.
title, because in NBA you are getting those rings. That's why they
Like
came.
lords,
Michael
yeah?
Jordan
You
is
can call
having 6 rings or whatever. It's connected with that, and then Nakamura actually copied this and started to wear this and promote a little bit like NBA style, and I like it.
I love
It's of course
it.
oversized, and I would never wear it, but okay, that's...
Wow, that's. Oh, you also look like a lord, chess lord or something. That's pretty
But
cool.
it's cool. It shows that it's important. It's also important in chess to become an American champion.
Yeah, I don't know when Hikaru did that, but when I played under 12 Georgian Championship,
A few years ago.
Just a few, like 2, 3 years ago. We had a deal with my mom. My mom said, if you win a game, I'll buy you a ring, which was like around $10. And you know what? I won 9 games, 9 out of 9, and I had 9 rings on my fingers, and I looked so funny. And I was playing with the rings. It was the best tournament.
So you
of
were
my-
you were Lord of Rings, right?
Yeah, before Hikaru, like
Okay.
Hikaru, I don't know.
Okay,
who's even
so-
this guy.
Let's check the games a little bit, because of course the audience will say, look at those guys, they are speaking about rings for
Lords
10
of Rings.
minutes and they are there to analyze. Regarding this opening of Abdusatoro versus Keimer, it's something which actually I feel sad, because prior to this line, chess was a lovely place. You could play Queen's Gambit declined. You go out with the
Forgotten.
bishop, f4, a lot of nice things are happening. You have some long, interesting lines, and suddenly someone came with this semi-Tarrasch, and you don't have any advantage. And you can decide either to take a pawn with queen a4 stuff. You can play this queen d4 ed, this e4 stuff everyone is playing these days, and it's knight c6, bishop b5, this stuff. You have this queen d8, bishop c6, and so on, knight g5. I don't know, it goes like, let's put it this way, like, and you have this
For-
line which is forcing and boring, and it kills all the joy. Yeah.
It kills all the joy, but there are some times when you play last game or you play for the norm and you are in the situation when draw is enough, but because of the high pressure, you are just losing all the focus and the control. It's so good to have this kind of lines, you know, where
I
the equal
agree,
position
but
exists.
the thing is, before, as Queen's Gambit declined player, you would need to develop some kind of experience through playing. While this line you learn in 2 days, and suddenly you're a Queen's Gambit player, declined player. This actually it's sometimes annoying, because if you wanted to play d4, d5 and Queen's Gambit at that time, many options, many possibilities, you need to devote a lot of time. While here it's quite narrow, and suddenly a lot of players who would have hated d5 as a first move suddenly became d5 player.
That's true. I want to dive into this position because this is somehow against the chess principles that we have been taught and we teach the students, that don't develop your queen too early, it will be under attack. Why did not
So
capture it with
this
the
is how the
knight?
theory goes. Okay, knight f6, the idea is, because if you go this way, then there is exchange variation and you are not on time to play this c5. So that's why a lot of players like Vishy Anand, we mentioned him, is going first for Nimzo Indian. And in case that you go here knight c3, he will follow with bishop b4 and they feel confident here. And if you go knight f3, same goes for Benoni. There are some players who never play c5 here because of the line bishop b5 check, and they are afraid of this line as it's very sharp. So they wait for you to come to f3, and when you play knight f3, then they play c5 or d5. There are many players who are taking that road. And after knight c3, c5, if you play e3, black is fine. Usually knight is not so good on c3. Knight is better on d2 if you go bishop b2. And there are some a6 stuff. And sometimes in Queen's Gambit accepted, it's better not to develop too early your knight. While, for example, here, okay, now let's put it this way. Let's say that
H3, maybe the other
no,
side.
let's say that I play, I don't know, a6. And sometimes in those lines, it's better to have knight on b1, because when you push a4, black reacts with b4, and then you can go knight b1, knight d2, knight c4, and exploit this
Yeah, like in
outpost.
Slav
Yes,
defense.
and here you already have knight, so you will need to go back to b1, you need to go to d2, so you are losing a lot of time. So that's why here after c5, you should take, if you take on c5, there is even d4 or some other moves, but bishop c5 is more than enough. Even taking on c4 is possible. So you need to take cd, and now this cd4, because if you take knight d5, that's okay. People like to play this line. So this Tarrasch gambit, or it goes cd, queen d. You can give this check, but then black is having a lot of compensation. I work on b5, and I was working for Ivan Sokolov at that time. That was a new move.
Wow.
He won against Yakovenko with the black pieces, but bishop d7 is the main move, and you need to take the pawn. And if you take the pawn, there is tactics and there is a pressure for black. So that's why this e4 comes. cd, queen. If you take with the knight, he takes with the knight, and you cannot get an isolated pawn. And black is fine. So that's why you need to take with the queen. And when you take with the queen, there is this ed5.
Yeah, because if you take with the knight, I will trade everything, and in the end you will still have the isolated pawn with the pieces exchanged already.
Yes, so that's why it's better to keep the pieces if you are having an isolated pawn. And now there is this e4 move, which was not played. Bishop g5, normal move as well. If black plays knight c6, there is some line with bishop f6, but queen can also go to a4. This is how they're playing. But it's not much. And now this queen b6, which probably is some new step towards completely killing the game. It
So
won't be so
queen.
simple for Nodirbek to get out of this prep with the white pieces if he's not aware of this concept, queen b6.
So black wants to double the pawns on the b file. Guys, don't do that at home, because
So you're
a
having
lot of people are struggling with.
you're having an isolated pawn, and usually theory says you should keep the dynamics with pieces
not
on
trade
the
the
board.
pieces. Yeah.
So you play queen b6, trade the queen, and even ruining more your structure.
Doubling the pawn. Well, I do, like, very often I like to double my pawns on b file because it opens the rook, and on a8 we have this semi-open file, and it can be a struggle for white's rook to move around, and knight is also stuck there, so somewhere white pushes pawn a3, and then you have b5 and b4, and somehow you have very nice counterplay.
One question for our audience. Which game is the most famous game with a takes b6? Who were the two players playing that famous games? And when you're starting to study chess, always your coach is somewhere. Probably you forget, Keti, if you don't know it now by heart, but it's one of the most famous game and famous move in that game. But it was a b6, this position. Famous. Probably you can guess.
Give us a time frame.
Time frame is beginning of 20th century.
So it's
Or
like
first
an
part,
icon.
first part of 20th century.
Okay, let's go, guys. Let's do that. I'm gonna check our chat 15 minutes later, because that is exactly time we have delay. Unfortunately, we do have the live chat, so
It was not about AB6 that it was a revolutionary concept, but one move was a follow-up after this AB6, which it's really, if you like, show to some ordinary mortal.
I think I have some, there is something in my brain.
And actually,
hidden.
I think this opponent of that famous player, so opponent was white, was born somewhere close to Czech Republic, if I'm not mistaken, neighbor country.
Oh, that's a lot of hints, guys. Let's go. Let's use ChatGPT.
Yes.
find the solution. Abdusatro has not. Oh, this is okay. So what we have here on the screen, we have big chessboard which we are using for analysis, and we have this small board over here. This is the live board, which we are not really touching. This is the live board, so that means Abdusattorov has captured the queen rather fast. He fast, and now he's sitting down and he's thinking how to continue to play. Can you read from his
Yes.
impression? Is he surprised? Is
Yes,
he
I think he is sort of surprised, but I think that he knows it's about his opponent wants to get in slightly worse position, but worse is the right word. So he knows that he will be slightly better for sure. It's not that this is some kind of concept after which you are facing huge problems which you need to solve, and it's a bluff, risk, whatever. Here it's about, I believe through my analysis, that it's holdable. So he's now trying to find which line is putting the biggest pressure, because sometimes you come to the game, you know there is a hole, maybe a hole is too strong word. You know that at some line you are not feeling so well, but you're hoping that your opponent, being surprised, won't go there. But you're carrying this feeling that if he executes the best play after 25 moves, I'm maybe even a pawn down or 0.50 with unpleasant position, but I'm hoping that he won't go there.
Yeah, that happens to everyone. Abdusattorov thinking in this position. Alojzije, would you show us this game maybe right before we take our first break? This iconic game. Later on, can we recall it or somehow show or just show the idea?
I think it was, let me try to think. So it was some Slav defense. Which line can be? Probably, so it was bishop f5 line. Let's put it this way. Something like this. Maybe something like
Was
this.
it rook left somewhere?
And now black played in this position or similar position. Maybe knights are gone. Black played this move. Famous move. He
With
went
the-
back from f5, which not many people would do. And then play e6, and with the concept to push b5, b4, and that time that was revolutionary concept.
With rook a5, b5?
The idea is,
Yeah.
is that he thinks that after b5, because you don't want, actually at that time and even now, people would say that this is a developed piece, but he already knew that this is an empty bishop, that this bishop is working, it's developed, but it's not attacking anything, and that white will play around. Something like that. The problem is I need some time to recall it fully.
Okay, so talking about that position and the structure that we have on the board, clearly Vincent Keimer's idea here is to open up the rook there. He will not move this rook on c8, right? The other rook will come, and we will see what is his plan. I would also think that somewhere he wants to push b5, b4. We will see that happening. Abdusattorov made the move. He played rook f2 d1 to attack the pawn on d5, and already to introduce some tactics here to take the knight and take the pawn. Maybe some working at this point, but clearly d5 pawn is a weakness, and Abdusattorov just made a decent move.
We got a tip from our assistant Sotiris, and I knew that the knight was not on c3, but I didn't know how it happened. Now CSI Logothetis
How you know that?
has helped us. This chat GPT is so developed these days that
Wow.
it was actually, it went the following footstep. I was right, but here knight d5 was needed, and CD something like this. I think this was the position, and now he played this fabulous bishop d7. This is a really Fantastic. Okay. So, actually, I went through some chess school, as you could notice.
Yes.
A bit. I spent some time.
Some time. Few years.
Yes. How about David against David? Not Goliath, but David.
David.
Catalan, DC4 open Catalan before C6 was played more. These days everyone likes to clarify the situation. Bishop F4. Yeah, this was known from Aronian's games, Kramnik game. So Wesley is playing this line with black pieces. MVL, many people. It's hard to say, it's still an opening phase, but Kramnik made it popular. In Jordan van Forest, just to go back a little bit, so we have this Queen D1, which was played in Maksud Lu versus Aravind. Yeah, black is fine, but white is also fine. In Jordan van Forest versus Gukesh, we have this
Ooh.
knight d4 coming. Famous move from Fischer Kalmov. So knight d4 forcing. Is there any tactics?
Yes, if you play Queen G3, there is knight to H5 and you lose the bishop.
Oh.
Some-
I'm not.
Queen
Bishop
D4.
e7, huh? Am I
Bishop
losing?
E7?
Maybe I'm not losing, yeah. I have bishop e7 and maybe I'm still holding. Maybe you have knight c2 in the end. So, okay. He can go maybe even queen c2, queen h3. And our first game, we have Sicilian, Najdorf. You know, sometimes people take it to granted and no one is actually asking why some things are happening. For example, why, I don't know, Najdorf, Sicilian, Keti, what do you think? Why not a6 first? Why people are playing knight f6 to enter Najdorf, Sicilian?
Because you are forcing knights to come on c3 because now this also gives additional option for white to play c4 and
You
to
see,
change
guys, this is very instructive, but it's important that you know it because your opponent a6, and if you don't know, you might not play this c4. But this is the logic, and Keti, of course, knows it and explained it so nicely. The idea is to force knight on c3, and then you go a6 because now there is no option of Marozzi setup. f4, knight b3, sometimes they go knight f3 as well. f5. Okay, this is prep. Of course.
Interesting. Look at
King.
the time situation. Hans has been burning the time, and Nadirbek Yakubov once again shows that this is his home preparation, or this is his main opening, and Hans is just thinking and thinking.
Yeah, just
Interesting.
to remind our viewers, I don't know which channel you took, but it's possible to watch this stream from ECU YouTube channel, so subscribe. There are 20k plus subscribers there. It's also possible to watch it over Prague Chess Festival. Of course, subscribe for that channel as well. There are many broadcasts around.
Many
but
different
yeah.
languages, that's true. We do have German broadcast, German language. We have Czech language as well, the official broadcast. We have Uzbekistan, Indian, Chess Based India, Chess 24 India. A lot of streams around. It's so good that there's so much coverage of the tournament.
I fully agree, but a big advantage from our side is that we can bring players, and players can share some thoughts. Keti was also in the playing hall, which other streamers from distance cannot do it. You had an interview, right? I don't know if Sotiris can approve, but I would love to hear, because we stopped on Niemann's game, I would love to hear a little bit more and that viewers hear about Aravind versus Nivan, but it seems that we don't have it. So someone overslept a little bit last night. But hopefully we will have it later because you might hear something interesting from Aravind.
Yeah, very interesting. And you guys, we also prepared some nice video about Prague. So a lot of fun things to happen. And if you have some time to watch chess tournament, this is indeed the place you can stay and watch. Hopefully we can have more interviews. Basically we are aiming to interview the players who win because they have a good mood, and we don't want to interview the players who lost. There are some events where the players have contract and they have to give an interview no matter of that result, but in this tournament we don't have such things, and we are trying to get the winners of the round. Shall we predict how many decisive results and the draws we might get, or maybe it's too early today?
I will try to predict. We will have, okay, let's start with number of decisive games, okay?
Yes.
I will give my strong opinion that today we are going to see 0.
Decisive
Yes.
games. Oh wow.
This is just my feeling according to the openings outcomes.
But if I say that there will be at least one decisive result,
You
you're
are
gonna
winning.
lose, yeah?
Yeah, you're
You give me big advantage. Oh wow! You know what? You see this game just below the video footage. Van Forest against Gukash. We have Queen to G3. That screamed earlier that there's Knight H5 and some tactics. The pawn on E5 is hanging. I love that position. I think this game might be decisive in this round. Also, there's one thing that we trust Kmar, that he knows what he's doing, but I kind of like Abdusatrov's position, and Abdusatrov is not the guy who can be tricked when he has better position. I might also call here the decisive result. So
my point was that it's quite hard to outplay those guys in this kind of stuff.
I would say that we might have 2 decisive result, 2.5, because I also think Yakubov and Niemann, they both are very ambitious players and they might just go also crazy. Yeah, that's my bet.
But if I need to guess average moves per game, I would say it will be like 35 for sure. So there will be long games. It's not about that we won't have any entertainment today. I'm just speaking about the profile of the position. So it's a little bit dry from my point of view. It's not
it's not something that we had on the first round.
Exactly.
At this moment, we already had some madness. I agree with that. Shall we take a look at the challengers? What we have here, we have this beautiful pairings between 2 female players there.
Before going there, how about some Stroll with the camera? I like sometimes to show you in full screen a little bit. We have so many nice angles, we have so many nice cameras. So let's provide you a tour around the playing hall. We can discuss it a bit. Yeah, guys, you can see it's so nice.
I do love that. And here we have also the participants of the Open tournament. There are some high-profile chess players. I see Irina Bulmaga there.
Yes.
We also have Sasikirn, who was in our studio the other day, yesterday, in fact. And in the middle we have the spectators area. You can see it's quite crowded, a lot of people. I noticed that when Gukash finishes his game, everybody runs out and lines up. There is a line for the spectators and separated line for the players, and everybody wants to have the signature of Gukash and other players too.
GM alert. I could see
GM
one
alert.
grandmaster right behind those 2 gentlemen who are speaking. Yeah, now they moved. quite a famous grandmaster from Slovakia, Lubomir Vtačnik, and he is contemplating his position. He's playing with the black pieces. Okay, let's move a little bit more to show you. On your right there are top boards, if I'm not mistaken. You can see them. This is this open section, and this is our top section. Not many players are walking. Usually it's a little bit more
at
vivid.
least one player missing from each board. So they also have this refreshment area. We showed that at the very beginning of video, where they can have some snacks and drinks. So maybe they also just want to have some fresh air, and some of the participants are going to that direction while their opponents are thinking. In the one of the photos that we have on our website, I noticed very lovely photo of gentleman who was there with his small chess set, red and black chess set, and he set up the position of one of the boards that he could see on the screen, and he was trying to solve the situation by himself. There was a really nice photo that we could see.
GM alert, our artificial intelligence, aka Sotiris Logothetis, has located another grandmaster. This is Simen Agdestein, Magnus Carlsen coach. You could see, you can see him with the glasses, and he's always super concentrated. Behind him, Serbian grandmaster Dusan Popovic. I played against him many times. He just stood up. So also open tournament, it's an interesting feature. That's why we call this festival. Samir Sahidi, who is lacking only one open tournament norm, that's why he's here. Future grandmaster from Slovakia. You can write us in chat. Do you like this Stroll? Maybe it's a moment that we also go to board cameras to show you a little bit how is situation, and you might grasp the atmosphere a little bit better. It's so cool. Ufuk Tuncer, who is also missing one norm, but for IM from Germany. Here Hans Niemann is worried, it seems.
He's
At least
burning
a bit.
a lot of time.
Yes. And I know he has many supporters in chat.
Let us know, guys, if you are Hans Niemann supporter. We wish him to be at his best, because he's one of those players who loves to show off on the board in a good sense. He loves to sacrifice, that he actually did against Kukash. He's not afraid. He always looks for some excitement, and this is something that I really appreciate by Hans, and that's something that makes him very unique. But also he risks big time, right? So like yesterday he risked it, and at some point when you just make one inaccuracy or the blunder, that's it.
Okay, let's check the challengers as you were proposing. There we have this check encounter, Václav Finek versus Stepan Hrbek. This is a known line. The point of this bishop e1 is when you take on d4, I can take on c6. Now, while when my bishop is on d2, there is sometimes some tactics. Okay, not in this particular position, but the point is that after d takes e3, the bishop is not hanging. And if you take, or even in this position, there is this knight e2, and you take with the knight on d4. This is a small tactical shot. Yeah, it works also in this position, because if the bishop was here now, d takes e3 would be a tempo. So that's why they're playing this bishop e1. That's the point of that move. And now black is thinking, this is well known, but we have Benko gambit. So Divya today wants to exploit maybe shaky position of Jurjiner with Benko Gambit. We haven't seen this for a while. Famous game, Magnus Carlsen versus Lukman Veli from Vaikanzi, and few more. This is a mix of Snake Benoni. Usually in Snake Benoni,
Snake
bishop
Benoni.
goes to d6. Yes.
Ah, because it goes like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
wow.
is famous opening. I love Snake Benoni.
Didn't
There
know
is
there
only
was a name of
yeah.
Snake Benoni.
There is only one. It's possible now. Gukesh played. Hang on. Gukesh played somewhere. Which tournament? Which was Gukesh tournament prior to this event?
The latest one he played in, didn't play in Tata, right?
Maybe in
Tata.
Tata. Yeah. Maybe in Tata he was playing. He was playing this Snake Benoni with reverse colors with white pieces. But I love the Snake Benoni with black pieces. There is only one problem with Snake Benoni. It doesn't work. It's bad. But everything
can be a
else
big
is so
problem.
nice. Yeah.
The name is nice, though.
Yeah, Snake Benoni. And another Sicilian, Rouser. Jonas is well prepared, but same goes for Thomas.
Yeah, I
And
like this
Ganguly
position.
is throwing everything. This is what I like. I like Petrov. Known stuff. Knight g4. Interesting.
Oof, beautiful. I like that.
Mhm.
H4.
If you take, what am I missing? Let me. Just maybe G3, King
G3,
G2.
King G2,
Yeah,
yeah. Oh, I love
that's
it.
a nice.
And if you don't take it, then I play Bishop G5
Mm-hmm.
and decide this of Bishop F6 or Knight F6. Wow, I like it.
And he
Oh, wait,
took on
he took?
F5.
Okay.
Queen takes F5, and he will go Queen D7. Safe and sound, probably. And we have Yufa, who is struggling a bit, and he's playing versus Benjamin Gledura. Yeah, we were chatting a bit prior to the event that we might go to play paddle.
Okay.
Yeah, but there are not enough. We cannot play it one-on-one. Paddle is for 4 people.
You don't have
Yeah.
enough players?
Yeah.
Oh.
So we will put it on the tournament webpage that we are searching for two players for paddle. I'm joking.
That
of course.
desperate?
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Desperate. Yeah.
Hans
Yeah.
loves to play paddle.
Mm-hmm.
If you're looking a player, he would, as I remember, he was organizing some kind of tournaments in Qatar.
So, if our interview is not ready, we can maybe go for multiple view of this section. And here I would say completely opposite, Keti, comparing to master section. I would here bet that we might get only one draw. 1 or 2 would be my choice. So here I expect many decisive games.
And only one draw.
One
Not
or
even
two
one,
would be
yeah.
1 or 2 would be maximum, not more than 2, because profile of the opening is really sharp. Yeah, take a look. Finek versus Herbeck. This is typical attacking position. Divya has already sacked a pawn. Then Bertsen versus Biere. It's obvious that this will end up in some nasty assault from both sides. You have Ganguly versus Nemets. It's sharp enough. White has problem on the queen side in case of some endgame. Ufa versus Gledura. Ufa is a guy who likes to play, and he doesn't have problem in risk even without opening advantage. So it looks to me that this is super sharp. Fire on board everywhere.
That's right. Just I want to double check something before we move forward. Okay, that's very interesting. What was the first move of Shujinar against Divya? It was d4, right?
D4, yeah.
So in our chat, which is in our YouTube chat, there is one comment. What you doing with 1e4? And that
No,
got
it
my
was-
attention. But it is actually 1d4. But I just see that she's a e4 player. Now today she played d4 player, d4 against Divya. She probably plays both, but e4 is her main opening, and maybe Divya decided to play this snake thing because of something that she was not prepared for.
Okay, cool info. Thanks for that. So let's go back to our master section. So let's go there. So let's check master section. So in master section, Hans Niemann is burning a lot of time. You know, if this would be an online game, I would check that he's not disconnected, to check his internet, because yeah, the clock just goes.
Clock just
Clock
goes.
is
It's
not
not
stopping.
moving. What he's thinking of. And this is just the move 11, right? Should be his also home preparation, or at least his opening.
Let's just check Aravind versus Parham. Okay, this looks super equal. So Jordan van Forest versus Damaraju Gukesh is the one to follow, because here this X-ray, and there might be some tactics which favor white, but actually take a look of the clock situation. Is this correct? So how long the game?
No, I don't
No, it
believe.
cannot be.
Can we maybe zoom a little bit if we have that option?
Cannot be, because they have more than before they started.
Gukesh has definitely 33. I see 3 there. 1 hour and 33. And
No, it's not possible.
I
I cannot see.
see the seconds.
So well. Hang on, I have an idea. This is how I usually do it in those. So Gukesh, you're right, Keti.
You're very practical.
Yes, of course. No, Gukesh. Yes, the clock is.
I do like that when I'm at the airport and I'm so lazy to move and see the screen. It is zoom.
So we have a bug. Hopefully we will solve it. So the clock situation is 1:02 for Jordan and 1:18 for Gukesh.
118.
Yeah.
I see 3 there.
Okay, it
Maybe I
was
should
maybe.
wear some glasses. Let's take a look what happens in this position. We can try some kind of lines, right? Seems like there should be some tactic,
Like
right?
rook d4 e5 or
Yeah,
what?
yeah. Knight is hanging. Where you really go? Knight h5.
Okay,
I have
so
queen
what
d3.
if you take, I take bishop f6. No, bishop f. Maybe I need to take on s7 at some point. Hang on. Or queen h4. Is this a move?
How about, can we make this maybe? D takes c3, bishop take,
Bishop take.
oh, queen h4 I like
Yeah,
more.
queen h4 is the best move.
Yeah, I like that.
And now black is struggling. So after rook d4, let's check. Probably d4 only move. Knight h5, I don't see that this is helping. So e d4, e5. What's the catch
After
here?
rook d4, you don't have any other move, right?
Yeah, I don't see it.
You have to take it back. e5 is the move. You play knight h5, and I have queen d3. Line up with the bishop, attacking on h7.
Okay, this is better for if you go g6, takes. If you take several options, I can stay with the pawn up at least. If I don't see anything, I can be a pawn up. But probably there is something very better. So this is an important moment to stay and to check. Now it's not about the moves, so let's try to sense how worried is Gukesh and how confident is.
Yeah, can we
Yes.
take a close look of Kukic? Because I saw that he was a little bit shaking, but he is the player with a very good poker face too. Wow. That's the blunder, and he knows about that. He knows that there's a rook d4 move. And
Yeah?
and he left the board. He left the board. Maybe he doesn't want to expose himself too much.
But if he manages to lose this one, if this goes wrong, two whites being number one as a world champion, but also being number one at the tournament table after drawing of lots, two whites suffering in the first game, not getting anywhere in the second game, and here a loss if this happens. That would be one of the worst scenario for him. Worst scenarios after the first 3 rounds.
Wow, instead of queen to b8, what he has to play, that he did not play, is a little bit awkward move. Can we show that on the board? Instead of queen to b8,
Okay.
you have to play rook e8 now to let your opponent capture the pawn on e5. And after that, you take the bishop c2, and look, engine gives a huge advantage to black.
Because of bishop d8.
Bishop d8 is the key.
This is a master move. Oh,
Yeah.
fabulous! And then I take on e1 with the knight. Oh, that's an awesome thing. So let's try to sense. Will Jordan van Forest take on d4? Jonas Bjerre checking. Probably we will see Parham Maksudlu at some point because he likes to stroll around when he senses some blood somewhere. Jordan is
Yeah, this
calculating.
is the face. You're calculating a
Yes.
lot of lines, and you're very
Yeah, let's go
happy
full
with that.
screen. You will see that he's about to.
Nice. He knows it.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure there's no rush. He's very good at calculation. He's very good at complicated position. Rook d4 is pretty much forcing move.
At 1 second, I thought that some small smile
Yeah, I
has
just
came
wanted to.
to
Yeah,
his
some smirk. Yeah,
face.
of a
Yeah,
smile.
yeah. Okay. What a moment. Let's
Wow.
maybe also take take an angle where we can see the board and spectators. Is someone say,
Oh,
Parham,
Parham,
as I
of
mentioned,
course.
he will come for sure.
Of course.
So still not many people, I'm speaking about players who are allowed to come closer. I'm not sensing this.
Let's see if Hans would stop by.
No.
He has his own issues on the clock. He better not to be late.
Okay, so I suggest, since we have an interview ready,
We're not waiting this moment, him capturing the knight?
or you will wait, okay,
Yes.
but it can take for 10 minutes. Come on, he will spend some time. Okay, if you want, let's stay here. Okay, you're right, Keti. Okay, let's stay.
I hope he makes the move very fast.
Okay, you want it, now we will stay.
Come on. He doesn't look to move anytime soon.
How is our chat doing? Has someone actually mentioned Janowski Capablanca? I think it was Janowski. Yeah, Janowski Capablanca.
Alejandro Capablanca. Fischer. They're just dropping the names. That's smart.
Okay, not clear. So, Janowski Capablanca was this famous game. Check it. Kappa was a true genius. You know, there was a sort of dispute at some point, like in 70s, 60s, about is Capablanca better than Alekhine or vice versa? And then Bobby would say, come on, how can you compare this beautiful harmony to some, not cheap, he didn't say cheap, but I don't know, some like ordinary attacks. So he was praising Capablanca a lot.
A lot.
Yeah, but I was the one who was actually liking more Alekhine. I got this first book. It was on Serbian language, of course. In Croatia, I could read it. My Road Towards World Champion. It was some book, and he was actually explaining some plans and analyzing games, even in some simultaneous. And what I've loved from Alekhine is that he would use tactics, 2, 3, 4 move combination. For example, I can play knight somewhere. You cannot take it because after 2, 3 moves, your initial back rank issue is bothering you. So I can, instead of taking 3 moves somewhere, I can got it in 1 move. And that kind of thing. So it's not like rushing move, but he would exploit some tactical
Planning
motives
and,
for his own plans.
Oh, I like that.
Yes.
To calculate all the way.
Yeah. So always exploiting some things, but in strategical purposes.
Right. You know what?
You really want to stay?
No, I was thinking that we give you, Jordan, about 6 minutes to
Yes.
think. So don't make a move because we're now going on a break to see the interview. And when we're back, hopefully, you will give us a move at that time, not before. Thank you very much. And I think we can just take a break now to see the interview and pray that he plays when we're back. Here we are with the winner of Prague Chess Festival 2025, who also won today's game. Congratulations, first of all, and tell us how does it feel to have 2 black pieces in the first 2 rounds and to manage to get the point out of this?
Thank you. But first of all, I had a hard day yesterday. Had a very good position. I thought I would not lose at any point, but like I lost the game. Coming back to this, I mean, like, coming to the game like with a very bad mindset. Like I thought like even a draw is fine. Like draw is more than enough. I thought, but like I mean, like Universe had some other plans. Like I went on to win the game today. I'm still in shock.
I have another question about that, because yesterday you played this opening that you also repeated today, and it was a bit of shock for us. We thought you would change it, but you kept playing it. What was your idea to do so?
I thought he would not expect this again at all. Like it was a bluff, but as expected, I think he did not expect. I think no one expected it. Even like I did not prepare much, so I thought of repeating it again, and it worked out well actually.
So first question that I want to ask is this moment when he decides somewhere to push e5. Was that something that you expected? Because the position was quite like stable, and somehow then he started to complicate very much.
I honestly underestimated like e5 at this point. Actually, like maybe I had this queen d4, rook d1, and queen b6 option, but I chose to go like direct queen b6. But sorry.
That's okay.
So I actually underestimated this, but it was pretty strong actually. Like because after takes bishop b4, he even had this option knight d7. Like also what he played is the best, I guess, but knight d7 was interesting. I have to go queen d8. Takes k8. I think this is equal, I guess. He takes on e8. King g7, bishop b5, and I think I will take this, and it's a draw. But what he played was interesting. This actually keeps the game going, and it wasn't easy. If I had rook e1, queen e1. If I had taken back fg, he goes queen e6 check, king h7, and he takes on b5, and the game goes on. Like I don't see a direct way to equalize, so my pawn structure is collapsed here. But I don't know, like I thought I blended something with queen c5, but you said I did not blend it.
Yeah, to be fair to everyone, you have not seen the game yet. You haven't analyzed it with the engine, and you just trust me, which is a lot to take on my shoulders. But can you please also tell us this moment when he played this bishop to d3, that the engine showed that it was a blunder, yes. And what was your take there?
I think what he missed was I think he had to come back knight f4, and then I think black can equalize with these 2 pawns. But I think what he missed was fg, bishop g6. I think he missed going into c3, I guess, if I'm not wrong. Like such a tactic, like in a time pressure, it's difficult. I think this was although I think he overpushed with bishop d3, because knight f4 is more or less equal, I guess. I can take on f1 or even queen d4 there. Queen d4, and it should be equal, I think 0-0-0. Mm-hmm. But yeah, bishop d3 was a blunder. So.
Yeah. Not so bad for you, right? So do you think this win gives you now the confidence to start the next round as now with the white pieces for the first time? How important was it to win today?
I'm still thinking of my first game. If I had won, it would have been +2 by now. But yeah, all for good, and also this gives me a bit of confidence, of course, and so I want to forget this and look forward to the next games.
Yes, and final question, to talk a little bit about this side too. In the Prague Festival, we have these special portraits of the people who won the event, and at the opening ceremony, they open your portrait. It's very beautiful. How do you feel when something like this happens? Because that's the history, and as long as this tournament runs, and even after many, many years, your name will be there, your photo will be there, which is so nice. Can you please share this, your perspective about it?
I think I haven't seen this in any other events, so Also, it was a bit motivating for me, like I thought of, like racking my like photo like every year. So it's hopefully I win this year as well, and and I get like one more voted of mine. So
They will copy. They don't have to do it again. They'll copy, maybe.
I thought they would like do it again. So
You liked it, right? The photo, how it looked.
yeah, like takes a lot of time, also a lot of effort to do that. I don't know who did it, but like kudos to him.
Well, it has been a really long day for you, finished as a last player, so I will not keep you here any longer, and hopefully we're going to have you in the studio again in the remaining games. So best of luck, and hopefully to see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Check-in hotels. Vždy s pocitem hvězdy navíc.
Welcome back. I'm Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic. As always, my dear co-commentator, GM Keti Tsatsalashvili. Keti, Rook D4 was played.
Rook d4 was played, and that actually complicates the situation so much for Gukesh and thousands of his fans. He has a lot of supporters. Well, he has now the struggle to maintain the position strong because there are a lot of pieces hanging. Knight on f6 is hanging. Pawn on h7 is hanging, that's another weakness. Bishop on e7 is also not guarded. But still, it is not such a hopeless position. According to the engine, we have about +1, +2, right? So it can be a possibility that he saves the game, but Jordan Van Forest, it is all now up to him if he can convert or not.
Yeah, +1 or +1.5, that means a pawn and a half. It's something that it means that you need to play very precise to get a winning advantage. +2 or +2.5, +3, it means that you are already enjoying a winning advantage. So that means that you need to show additional effort from +1, +1.5. So that takes us to the territory where white still needs to dig all the things. The position is quite concrete, and now Gukesh is aware that he is under heavy pressure. Acceptable positions for him now: pawn down, liquidating some pieces, getting into a pawn down position, at least not getting mated. So he's first trying to find that kind of position. Is this knight h5, or is this something we mentioned? And also he's trying to check, is there any other way? The problem is that players, they don't know current evaluation. So now if you would ask the whole tournament, okay, you bring them, what do you think about the position? And then you will get following answers. Some people will say +4, white is totally winning. Then some people will say, I don't see a win, black is more than fine, this is probably slightly better for black. Someone would say, I think it's better for white, but maybe it's +1, but maybe it's +2. So you will get many maybes.
Because this is just very complicated position, which favors white. Alojzije, we had such a scenario in the first round where Gukesh blundered against Hans, or Hans found this amazing sacrifice. But then Gukesh switched his character. He became very defensive and he guarded his position so well. And you mentioned about that he's this kind of player who defends the position at his best. So if it's not so bad for him, maybe there are still chances for him.
They say that he's one of the best, if not the best, in calculations. So he's going very far now. And how do you do it? As I was mentioning in previous commentaries, the skills are the same. So grandmasters and top grandmasters, they have more or less same skills, but top grandmasters are much faster. They can calculate and control the position. I don't know, after 10 moves, 15 moves. What's the problem with amateur players? The problem with amateur players is that each time you need to go back because you are losing the position after 6, 7 moves. You're not sure about the pieces, and all the time you're coming back and saying, I take on c3, he takes on f6, I can get, and then every time you need to do it. And by doing this, you're spending a lot of time, and you cannot go far.
And you cannot do it like several times through your game. It's not only one moment you have to calculate.
And what also sometimes happening, people tend to forget what they have calculated, and they play a move and forgot that actually they abandon this line. So it's hard to keep all the things under control. This is very hard. hard skill. And here he's first counting all the candidate moves. So what do you do? The main difference between top players and ordinary mortals is the number of moves they are covering. Candidate moves, it's huge. So he is first calculating, what can I do? I can play taking with c3, I can play knight h5, I can play e6, I can play d3, I can play h6, sorry, h6, d3, I can maybe move my rook, I can play g6. So suddenly he's counting many moves, and then in all those lines he's going far. And this is a process, and it's not easy to control everything here. I believe that Jordan van Foreest is close to Gukesh and maybe some other players like Abdus Satorov, as I was mentioning him, another player who is great in tactics. So which move doesn't lose on spot? This is the move I was mentioning, knight h5,
now
right?
Now you're going to filter the candidate moves, right?
So knight h5, queen d3, we mentioned g6, you take on e7, dc3, bishop takes f8, I take with the queen, let's say, and you take with the queen, pawn up, rook c8, queen somewhere. So he's calculating, is it possible here to create something? So this.
So what he's doing now, he's calculating all of this line. In all of this line, you can easily say that he's worse or bad.
Yes.
Now he has to choose the one where he has the most of the chances to be active and defend his game. This is what he has to do.
Also, sometimes you might pick up a line where it's super complicated and the engine gives your opponent a big plus only because of one hidden move. And he's also maybe trying to see, is that possible to go somewhere in this position where we will have some more complicated. For example, if I push d3, you take on f6, probably.
Let's see that on the board.
Yeah, you take e takes f6, right?
Alojzije, can we go full screen here and see and look what Gukesh is going through? What is his impression? Is he nervous? Is he upset maybe? Is he still trying to have poker face? How much we can read about this position, about himself?
Okay, we should also add this factor of disappointment, because you're coming to the game with some ambitions. And you are not so dreaming, but you are thinking, I might get a chance to win the game, I might maybe press him. If I make a draw, it's not the end of the world. And suddenly you are getting like fighting in position where you're fighting for your life, and there is no way maybe to win the game. Now your maximum is a draw. So this is a thing which actually produces some disappointment.
That's true. And another thing that we can connect to facts, like the first day he blundered. Third day he also blundered. And these blunders are not very deep, right? Just there's a one more blunder. What do you think when this happened to the top players?
Okay, this happens when you want to improve your level of preparation, and you tend to increase numbers of lines you are covering, you are playing, and you start depending a lot on like huge portion of material. And more material, more lines you're covering, you are learning, there is a bigger chance to get confused. So maybe in some position Queen b8 was the best move, but that was not the case here. So you start to be affected of that files analysis, and you depend on them.
Overcrowded with this analysis.
And then you can
That's why I never studied much, you know? Like, you just have one line and don't forget it.
But let's go back with this camera. I just need to give you some explanation and disclaimer with this broaden view where you could see the spectators behind and Gukesh thinking. So let's go back. It's not that now no one is following this game, that they are not interested at all at Gukesh versus Jordan. The point is that there is a big screen with chess boards you can see. So all the people are now checking Gukesh game, but they cannot see the board if they are watching the game and players seated. So that's why all the focus of the group, of the players, of the spectators is towards this wall. And this doesn't mean that they don't care about Gukesh being completely lost.
Yes, another thing is that when you go to the playing venue, there's no engine bar. There are no commentators to tell you what's happening on the board. You have to dive there. It's a little bit different atmosphere here, and we have to take this moment and shout out our visitors here in our studio.
Yeah, welcome.
You guys, it's like 100 people joining us today. Welcome, everyone. Are you also here for chess tournament? Yes?
Yeah, they're playing, bro. So Gukesh is in a deep problem. Who thinks, raise your hand, who thinks that he will save the game? One, two.
Okay, maybe we can do claps so then our viewers can hear it.
So, yeah, who claps for draw or maybe a win for Gukesh?
Oh, wait, Gukesh win? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, redo it again.
No, not many. So you still think that Jordan will win the game?
You guys think Jordan will win this game? Yeah,
Okay.
that's a big applause on the
But
back.
don't underestimate world champion, and I was mentioning this many times. He's one of the best defenders in the world. He's capable of finding the only resources to stay in the game. So I think that there is a reasonable chance that he holds the game because plus 1.5, right?
Oh, I know what you're doing. You mentioned at the beginning it will be 5 draws. Yeah, I told you there will be at least 2 decisive results or 3. And now you want to convince me back that it will be a draw. But no, I will stay strong on my beliefs, and I think it will be a long game. Gukesh will put up really, really good fight, but he has. There should be something, right? And I really don't see in those lines that we had earlier some active defense.
Is there any defense instead of knight h5? Can I do anything besides that? I really don't see anything else. Knight h5 is the only move?
So after d takes c3, we assume that queen h4
This
wins the game.
looks very bad because I'm threatening to take on f6. I'm threatening to deliver a checkmate. g6 loses on spot. I can take. I can go queen h6. If you go h6, I can probably just take on f6. This should also be that lost. Maybe even taking on
Can
h6.
I take with bishop f6, gf, and queen h6?
No.
Did you heard they laughed at me?
Yes. No, but here there is a bed. I can take with the bishop, yeah? Or I don't need to take, maybe.
Wait,
Maybe I
wait a
can go
minute.
rook
Why
e8.
this line is not working?
Maybe I can go rook e8 even. I'm not sure.
G takes f6
No, I
is
take
a
on
loss,
f6.
yeah?
I take on f6 and then I go rook e8. I'm now playing maybe this move. And you're having a back rank issue. And this stopping queen e4, this I understand is better for black. I'm not surprised. So e takes f6 is probably the best move. Bishop s6, I'm not sure because it's too slow. Yeah, in that move I don't believe. So e takes f6 is the move. Anything else? Some rook e. No, I cannot run. No.
Oh, Gukesh looks really angry.
Yeah, because he
He
needs to
looks
play
really angry at
knight
this moment.
h5.
More he dives in the lines, maybe he understands that there is not much that he can carry on. Look at his face, he just got very angry.
The problem is that things get hidden and you don't know, as I said, it might be his analysis that he mixed things up. There is a famous game of, not famous, well-known game of Anish Giri. He just played some rook somewhere and ended up totally lost. He said that he knew about this move, but he made it at the wrong moment. And these days, if you don't depend on massive preparation, massive computer lines, memorizing all the stuff, you cannot compete. So I would say that this is a risk of professional top 10 player, that once a year or few times a year you will get confused, you might lose a game, but this will also bring you some victories somewhere else.
I
So
agree
I
with
think
that.
this is how they are doing.
Right. What about the time situation? We have 7 minutes for Gukesh and 42 minutes for Jordan Van Forest. And we have a classical time control in this tournament.
Yeah, but plus 1.5, right?
Sorry, yes.
This doesn't sound so bad. So knight h5, I believe. Queen d3, as we mentioned. Is there any other move than g6? I don't see it. So g6 forced. Takes on e7. Can I do something else? If I go rook e8, you go knight d5. It looks also winning. So rook e8, knight d5 looks just that lost. So what else to do? I need to take on c3. Knight f4, I don't see that I'm gaining anything, so I need to take on c3. You take on f8. I don't see any intermezzo. I need to take the bishop. You take queen c3, which is more logical than bc. And we are ending up in this position. Okay, white is a pawn up. White would be better even without this e5 pawn. Bishop comes to b3.
Targets f7 pawn, yeah.
But this should be more than 1.5. This should be, my feeling would say more, right?
Maybe 2.
Okay,
yeah, maybe
this
2.
is understandable. I would say it should be plus 2. Plus 1.5. It's too little.
How about we rotate these pieces and get this knight g7, knight e6?
Yeah, even
Some
this.
sort of-
White is just better. White just restricts the knights, go bishop somewhere, king g2. Just, it looks to me like a lost position. So is there any way to... Okay, let me try to turn on the engine myself, because I'm not using engine. Let me try to find some line which might be complicated. So, okay, how about g6? You take e takes f6, I take the queen. Okay, you take the
I
queen
take,
and
yeah.
I go bishop b4. What's going on here?
Ooh, look at that. Knight
Maybe
d5.
a3.
Can I show a very nice line, which is
But
not
it's not
working?
a checkmate. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I know.
wanted to deliver a checkmate
Can
this
just
way.
show off, kids. And don't play rook g8. Knight d7 and bishop h6. Just one move away to be checkmated, but black has so many pieces and so many rooks. You can give away this one rook and save the king. Yeah.
And black is winning here, but okay, rook e4 it's not so simple to see, although it's not so hard as well. Rook e4, very nice move. Untangling, and actually white just wins. Two bishops are very strong. You can fight with the rook and some pawns, versus knight and a bishop, but versus two bishops against two bishops, it's really unholdable. So this takes instead of bishop b4. Can I do something else? Probably not. So let's go back. I won't play g6. So if I go dc3, we said queen h4. Okay, Gukesh will see this. Knight h5.
Now knight h5.
He will play this. If you take now queen h5, there is g6 and black wins. So you need to take bishop e7, but now I can go g6 and I can create a mess and kill a blow with a great sound we just heard.
We needed that in a
Yes.
right moment.
Some viewers here in the studio got so excited,
excited,
that they
yeah.
started to produce a noise. So here g6, bishop takes, queen takes. Now at least I got your pawn on c3. So you have some islands, which is not great, but here I would understand that there is a possibility to hold. Because you have a weakness.
You have something to play,
Yes.
play for.
So I think that Gukesh will spot this. Is there anything else? Let me see. So after queen h4, okay. And how about knight h5 first? You go queen d3 now. Do I need to play? I need to play g6. You take. I need to take here. There is no crossroad, no forced line. So I believe that he will need to find this queen h4 and then knight h5. So I would bet on this move to happen on the board. That would be my conclusion.
Yeah, I agree with that. He will find the best move in the position possible, which gives him some hope to play on and carry on. Shall we take a look at the game of Abdusattorov and Kemar, because this is also progressing quite fast. We have here Vincent Kemar, a little bit thoughtful against Abdusattorov. I never believed that this setup that he played was something that would scare off Abdusattorov.
By the way, I think I played against this gentleman who is now in the middle. It should be German IM, if I'm not mistaken. I made a draw in Pardubice here in Czech Republic. I blundered a pawn, but luckily he didn't see it. Okay, so here Vincent, I recall it's a famous trick.
Oh my
It
God.
was 20 years ago and I still recall the trick. I can even show it.
I love how
Yeah.
you remember all these details. What he played? Knight a5.
So, Janowski Capablanca. Who knows about Janowski Capablanca? Let's see about your chess school and chess heritage. Who knows about the game Janowski Capablanca? Raise your hand in the audience. No one. You need to study, guys, classics we have in audience, our youngsters. You need to study classic, famous game Janowski Capablanca, bishop d7, very instructive. It can help you to understand how to create something on the queen side in this structure when the pawn is on b6. So here, white is better because of isolated pawn, but the problem is with when you're playing against isolated pawn in the end game, but sometimes even in the middle game, it's very important that you control the game, that you control the things. Here, this is not the case. White is still not controlling
Yeah,
the things.
black spaces are around, getting a lot of space advantage. But somehow I still don't believe in black's bluff. I can call it bluff. What's the next move? I would play some move like knight b5. Is that working? To trade some pieces.
one comment. So Aron Nimcovic said that isolated pawn, I'm telling this many times, it's a dangerous criminal who needs to be restricted and deprived of moving. So that means that you should place your pieces in front of that pawn to get the control, and then afterwards, when you exchange some pieces, like Keti has just mentioned, then you start to attack.
I had that quote in my
So d4
head.
might be an option for black.
Yeah, d4 is an option.
You
to
cannot
open
take
also
with
the
the
light
rook
square
because
bishop.
knight b3 is a fork, and when you take, then maybe knight b3 disturbing a bit, or bishop b3. So those like principles in chess, first you learn about the rules, and then you learn about principles. But the idea is to be aware of them.
To
and create-
demonstrate this line, what you're saying, if we pass the move,
Let's say
I
that
can
type
tell
of-
what was my thinking process. King here, d4. We mentioned that rook takes d4. There's a fork, knight to b3, and if pawn takes on d4, now we jump knight b3.
Or maybe even bishop b3, but let's say knight b3.
Yeah, knight b3, rook to c2, and I was thinking about bishop f5, trying to trap this, and when you cover the diagonal with bishop d3 or knight d3, now you take the pawn back, knight to d4, attack the rook and guard the bishop on f5. You got rid of the isolated pawn, and somehow your pieces are much happier.
It's important to be aware of possibilities, so not to underestimate. I'm controlling, and this pawn cannot move. But as I said, that's why Aaron Nimcovich mentioned this. You should place your pieces in front of the pawn. Which piece is the best blockading piece? Knight, exactly. So the dream concept would be to place the knight here. But it takes some time. So here we have a knight b5 played with the idea of placing
Knight d4.
Yeah. Slightly better for white. It's not so simple, but black will get this nice square outpost on e4. Still normal for black, but white is exerting some pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually
Since
true.
we are in endgame mode, let's check how Aravind is doing versus Maksudlu. Yeah, placing his bishop in the center, black is fine. Of course, white is trying to exert some pressure, a little bit more space, but no weaknesses. Parpam is thinking maybe at some point to transfer the knight. Better for white, but very, very narrow advantage, if there is advantage at all. And let's check how David Navarra is doing. He's doing not so great, I would say. I think that black is completely fine here. And David maybe should steer the game to a draw. What do you think, Keti? Because black has perfectly sound position. When you move the knight, we will exchange. The bishop's e4 you cannot push. Preparing to penetrate. If you go to a4, there is stuff like bishop d5 at some point, or bishop b5, whatever. So how do you improve in this position? You cannot push d5, you cannot push e4. Okay, you can wait and see. I don't know, like playing h3, king h2 just to run away from the initial square, but initial rank.
Yeah,
But
I don't know how this works, but do we have some sacrifice of exchange with d5 here?
oh, d5. This
Points
is
being that
super
you're
brave.
freeing the square on d4 and then on f5.
Too many pieces will be exchanged. Okay, take with the bishop, let's say, or knight.
We take. Takes, knight d4.
Rook c1 will be played. I think,
Yeah.
yeah. This doesn't work. Not many pieces. Knight c5. Knight f5 is nice. Square, nice outpost. Garry Kasparov has said when the knight lands on f5, the game is over, except when
That's
it's not.
what I was
yeah.
aiming, but
But this is not that kind of position. So just to conclude, David Navarra, from my point of view, I don't have exact evaluation of the engine. I can see that engine is happy with the black position. So is it dead equal or close to dead equal? I think that he should start steering the game to a draw, which is not so simple. So probably you should somehow counterattack over the c file and then maybe open it. It's not so simple to shut the game here.
yeah, I agree with that. There are some issues for white on this open file, and there's some moves like 95 trying to attack on c file, and if you take that knight, bishop takes on d5, starting to bother the queen as well. So yeah, I agree with that. That might just need to trade pieces.
One good technique I was taught when I was starting my career, or let's say trying to improve, was to find critical moments of the game. So let's say that we are trying to find the moment where white lost his slight advantage. This is normal, normal, okay, 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 a5, maybe not fully necessary, because then you can forget it later. Before b5 will never be played, but still I would not say that this is, maybe taking on d6 is already okay, this position. Maybe he actually wrongly assessed this position. Maybe this, it looks like your opponent has light square pawns and you have light square bishop, long term, this might be an asset, but maybe this position is already without any advantage for white.
Yeah, it's quite tough. Black should be really happy.
Yeah, so I would say taking on d6, opening this c file was a not mistake, but now in hindsight, I'm just trying to give my opinion.
We do have a move. Gukash made his decision, made up his mind, and he decided to take the knight on c3 after long thought. And
but now
Jordan?
This is wrong from our side, right? No. What did I say? How this knight h5 comes?
Queen h4.
Now and then knight h5. Yeah. So this is the move I've mentioned. Yeah. No, he will play it. After queen h4, he will go knight h5.
Oh, look at him. He wants to play the move, but he's not certain. He plays knight to queen to h5.
For sure, he will play knight h5. Let's go full screen. Let's grasp that moment. Knight will go to h5.
Too many attacks.
Who thinks that Gukash will play knight h5? Raise your hand. Okay.
Oh,
maybe 10. Okay. Maybe 50% of people. So knight h5.
Tough day.
Tough moment,
Gukash.
yeah. But the problem is that you know that there is no chance to win this game. As I said, this disappointment. My longest game in my career. How long was your longest chess game?
I don't remember the moves, but
Not
it was
in terms of moves, in terms of duration.
It was so long. It was so long. 5 hours and something.
Okay, that was quite a long.
Yeah.
That was my average game. No, I'm joking.
Really?
No, I'm joking. My longest was 7.5 hours. Yeah, I was playing in Aeroflot Open in Moscow. Yeah, knight h5. Who was right? Clap.
Yay! Everybody was right.
So 7.5 hours. I played versus Zhou Jinchao. I played, now he's in US. I played 7.5 hours. But the thing is, I came, he was 26, 50 rated. Maybe he was top 60, top 70 in the world. And I came with some ambition. I was playing Greenfield. He was playing Greenfield, I was white, and I was very ambitious. And suddenly, after 1 hour, half an hour, I realized that I misplayed the game and I will need to fight for a draw. And there is no chance that I can win. And I have 20% chances of making a draw. Opposite colors bishops, I'm worse, then I lost the pawn, and there is no chance that I win the game. And after 7.5 hours, I managed to draw. But that feeling when you came with some ambitions and you realize that now your maximum with mistakes of your opponent, with superb play is a draw, this is very tough to handle.
Well, okay, I kind of lied and hide my truth. But as now you said yours, I can say mine. When I was a kid, I played longest game. Opposite color bishop, I had 2 extra pawns. I know it was draw, but I had some chances. And I played so long, after very close to 50 moves, I sacrificed 1 pawn. And then I played another 150. And the arbiter called to my coach and asked him to come to the tournament. And my coach came to me and said, "It's okay, Keti, like, it's okay."
It's okay, you don't need to be a masochist.
Yes, and I remember it was very dark when I had to go home, but I don't remember how many hours, but it was so upsetting for me to have extra 2 pawns and still not manage to win.
I'm trying to recall my game I was mentioning against this gentleman from the audience. I will recall. 20 years ago in Pardubice Open.
20 years ago?
Yeah.
Wow, Gukesh is not 20 years old.
It was 2004, I think. I shared first place. I was an IM. And David Navara was first, I think. No. First was this Russian player who is now Grigoryansk, who's now in Hungary, and we shared, I think, we shared first place, but I was maybe 10 with my additional criterion. But I shared with them, with Navara and others.
You shared first place,
Yes.
and you were 10th?
Yes, because it is one of the biggest open at that time. It was like 500, 600 players. I don't know how many.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think I'm slowly recalling the game. Don't put it. Don't put it the board, Tiris. I'm just trying now. I look ridiculous. No. I know the final position. I know the final position.
Have to build it up. We have Parham enjoying this game more than his, because his game against Aravin is quite peaceful. G6 is on the board. It is White's time now to make move. So we had that position on the board already. And we judged that that's the best possible defense from Gukesh. Shall we take a look what is happening on the board of Nodirbek Yakubov and Hans Niemann? Because we do have some updates here. Time is equal, and Yakubov catch up on time. And they have exchanged a lot of pieces. Engine likes here Hans' position. It favors black. And the reasoning of that might be that Nodirbek's king is still in the center. So far, one move away to be castled. Maybe this is a time for Hans Niemann to use this moment and start to somehow attack the king, something like queen to b6.
But this knight on b4, it looks great. This is typical Sicilian stuff, where black at some point can even think about pushing d5. But something went a little bit wrong, I would say, for black. Okay,
for black?
For white, sorry. He was very materialistic.
Yeah, let's see what
f6.
happened
Okay,
after rook a4.
So here we had this rook a4, bishop g5, castles, takes on f6, and yeah, he took a pawn. This actually was the case, because if you take it immediately, takes, bishop takes, is there knight e4? Maybe it is. If you take, I'm recovering the piece, and if you take on e7, I take on c3, and then we have this mutual grab, which actually is perfectly sound for black. So that's why in this position he first took on f6. Now there is no knight e4 motif, and then rook a6. Rook a6, bishop a6, and we have this knight b4. And I would always be happy with the black pieces, even if I don't know the evaluation, even if it's slightly better for white. It's easier to play this position with the black pieces. The problem for white, the main problem of white in this position is knight on b3. It must be rerouted, since on b3 is completely dominated and it's not doing anything. Of course, ideal square would be d5, but how to get there? And not being in castle, of course, also worried white.
Yeah, I love queen b6 move here, controlling this square. And white doesn't have dark square bishop to control it.
Queen b6 looks scary, but maybe he's thinking about something else.
Queen b6 with rook c8 idea.
Okay. Queen b6 is actually the most logical one. So, David Navara, as I mentioned, he's trying to steer the game towards a draw, exchanging this fianchetto bishop. But now black is the one who is pressing over the c-file. Not so simple. And if knights are on the board, comparing to bishops, this assures more chances for a win in equal position. With bishop, it's, I would say, more defined, while with knights you can easily lose slightly worse position. With bishops, it's more about definite answer. With knights, the game goes long, can go forever and goes long. Abdusattorov managed to get to d4, but this is a point, this rook on c5, because you can never take it, because black is taking with the b pawn. Is it a moment that we check challengers? Slowly,
it's time to take. Let's take a look at the challengers, and we can take a break and be ready to come back for the time pressure.
Hang on, what's this? So I mentioned this bishop e1, and once again I will repeat the point of that move. The point of this bishop e1, which actually, if you don't understand, or if you are not aware of the detail, you can easily miss the point why white is playing bishop e1. Of course, f4, this Makhagonov style, they call this Makhagonov's maneuver, is an interesting possibility, but the point is here.
Not a lazy snake.
Yeah, snake Benoni, or not the snake Benoni reversed. So the point is, if I have bishop on e1, I take on c6 in this position. When you take on c6, I have this move, knight e2, and then I'm shoring to take in front of your isolated pawn with the knight.
Nice.
And there is no d takes e3 move, which happens when the bishop is on d2. If we could imagine bishop on d2 in this position, let's say that I go back, I play some move like this, I take, and now on knight e2 there is d takes e3. So this is the key. So with bishop on e1, you can play this stuff, this knight e2. Bishop is hanging because of the rook. You need to move the bishop, and then knight d4, dream position, controlling, isolating pawn, better for white. Also, one more tip. Usually people are not afraid to have isolating pawn when you have pawn on f3. So sometimes when black is having c6 and you play f3, this is known from Nimso India, I push c5 and I go for isolated pawn because then you have weakness on e3. Then I can counterattack your weakness. So here d takes c5 happened. So he took on e5 instead of d4. And f4, knight g3. Okay, this is a real mess, but I was always happy with those positions with the white pieces because there is a huge chance to attack. Stepan is struggling a lot, and he's our leader.
He is our leader with 2 out of 2.
And
very
today,
important game.
probably, he won't be 2 out of 2, most likely. He will be 2 out of 2, but not
He will
out
be
of
2
3.
out of 3,
Yeah,
yes.
3 out
That's
of 3.
true.
Snake Benoni. Have you heard about Snake Benoni? This is a cool opening, especially for blitz, because bishop goes like snake and ends up usually from f8, d6, c7, a5, and sometimes this snake goes even further to c3. But here it was Benko or Volga Gambit. Volga Gambit is a great opening sometimes, but there is only one problem: you cannot enter it, because when they sense that you are Benko Gambit player, they play knight f3, on c5 they play d5, and then you are not playing Gambit anymore.
Yeah. I used to play that when I was a child, and I loved it because it's so sharp games and positions with a lot of tactics.
I think that here something went wrong, my feeling, in black strategy. So let's find the critical moment. So she went here for this Snake Benoni stuff, and then I think you must play something with c4. You shouldn't allow your opponent to set up. This a6 is a little bit waste of time or slow. So I think that the problem is if white manages to set up this barrier and control, white is better here. I would be very worried with the black pieces in this position, because strategically white has so much potential. And Bertsen versus Biere, I actually predicted some nasty Sicilian assault, and here we have position of a battle. Black should be more than fine with 2 bishops in sort of open position, and this is not an outpost. Outpost is here or here. So knight needs to find a square where it will be untouchable. Okay, it looks fine for black. And Ganguly versus Nemec, we expected that Ganguly is launching an assault around here, but now it looks like Nemec is doing
Nemec is this
well.
kind of player who can just turn the table in like 2 moves and get the advantage. That happened in the first round against Eugene Jinner, and also now, right? Ganguly had such a pleasant position, and after just about 2 moves, he got the advantage on e-file. His structure is much better, and Jin clearly favors here black side.
And it seems that he's doing very well if game goes longer, takes long way, that he's quite comfortable, as I heard that he's running marathons or half marathons, so maybe this helps him.
That helps. Although I have a question why Ganguly did not capture the pawn, and now even after f6, is this pawn on h5 a ghost, or why they are not touching?
Good question, Keti. So let's try to figure it out. What is the concept? So if you take on h5, is it a point that I do something with? That's a good question. So takes. How am I exploiting this?
Oh,
I can go knight a4, but what is the difference? Why here? Why I need to force? I don't get it. As I'm always joking, there is that movie Lethal Weapon, and then with Mel Gibson, and then the guy says, you don't get it, because his name is Getz, Leo Getz, and then he said, you don't get it? Of course you don't get it, you're a cop. So I'm always saying that I don't get it. I'm a cop, probably, I don't know. But I don't get it.
You'd like to mention that.
Yeah, I like this movie.
That movie.
So I don't get it. It seems that I'm a cop. What's the case here?
f6, queen h5, and still...
Knight a4? But why not knight a4? What is this super subtlety? Ah, knight f5? No, I cannot sacrifice there. So rook e2. If I go knight a4 immediately. Ah, knight f6, winning the queen. Now I got it. I take.
We have to change this chair.
Yeah, now I got it. This is the concept.
It's time to take a break, I think.
Okay, let's just.
We need some fresh air.
Let's just finish with this game. Black is probably fine when black ends up to c6, but also white is fine after c3 and waiting a bit, because knight on c4 is a nice outpost. Normal position for both players. So let's go for a break, because we had many interesting moments. Gukesh is trying to somehow survive, and we will follow other games as well. So short break, then coming back.
Check-in hotels. Vždy s pocitem hvězdy navíc.
And we are back, and Jordan is trying to convert his advantage. I believe that this is not something he has expected, to be in this comfortable position, being pawn up, better bishop, open position, but still, as I mentioned 2 days ago, first round, Niemann versus Gukesh, that kind of player. As Gukesh is, you need to outplay him 2 or 3 times during a game. It's not enough to outplay him once. So it's interesting to see, will Jordan pull out some additional energy to convert this advantage?
Yep, that's right. His latest move has been played on the board with rook to e8. This rook was hanging on a8. And now White has to take care of the pawn on c3. Is that queen to d4? Is that queen e3? Maybe rook e3? But Black also has this additional move, knight f6, which can be somewhere calculated to get this knight fast in the game, maybe later on d5 as well. So some move like rook e3 might be faced with knight f5, knight f6, knight d5 right away.
For example, let's say that you go rook e3. Okay, what will Black do? You mentioned knight g7, or... Okay, I need to reroute my piece, but I'm also hoping and dreaming that I might be able to jump to f4. If I go knight g7, maybe I'm just running away from the action. And... okay, I can start with some a5 move, but then I'm also weakening my structure on the queen side. Not sure what is Black's move. Okay, after rook e3, is knight f6 possible? It is. Maybe not a great move, but not bad as well. So Jordan is thinking 15 more moves till time control. Okay, it's...
We might have some time pressure for Jordan in this position, because he likes to spend it. He doesn't look bothered on his time, because he knows he needs now a very precise plan how to improve the position.
In the meantime, Aravind versus Maksudlu is drawn. Sort of as expected, right? He wanted... the thing is, when you're playing versus Parham, you don't want to get into some crazy position where he feels like fish in the water. He likes to be in sharp situation where unexpected moves can happen. So the plan was here, the strategy was to exchange the queens and then playing a game versus Parham's not the best side, but also you narrow your chances for a win. So it's a bit pity that we didn't see a little bit bigger fight, but what to do? It's also understandable. Maybe we could get some of them to the studio as well at some point to discuss other games if they think that their one was not so interesting. How about this one, Keti? Any possible...
Yeah, I still like Norderbeck's position, Norderbeck's chances here.
Adventures here.
F3 has been played, and we're talking about this weakness on e3 in the other position, but it also applies here in this one, because we have also the isolated pawn. So basically what Black is doing, yes, I have weakness on d5, but you also have weakness on e3, and that what he is now aiming for to attack this weakness on e3, which easily can be guarded with bishop f4 or king to f2. That's one thing. I feel like this bishop on e2 is not playing too much role in this game, so something like bishop d3, bishop f5 or knight f5 would be the move I would choose. Maybe with bishop f4 first or king f2 first, just to make sure that nothing is hanging. But no, Nodribek had his own
he
ideas.
wants to kick out this rook and then
Control
we
the
start
c
playing
file,
this
yeah.
on the c file. Of course, this actually provokes some weaknesses. But what to do? You cannot just increase your chances for a win without allowing your opponent some targets.
Well, it's also about the tactics, right? So, and the time. If you take now this rook and play rook to a8, there's rook to c7 there. And with bishop to h4 next move, you might lose some material in that position.
True. True, but I see that... Okay, if you take on c1, I take on c1. You... Rook c7, let's say bishop d8, you take...
I take the pawn on b7.
Yes, and I'm not in time to catch
Rook b8.
rook b8. This is the point. So here, trapping the rook doesn't work. And you mentioned if black takes on a3, that bishop h4 might be a move, although there is knight e8. Now I saw it, which might save the day. So b4, it's very concrete, and now both players will start calculating a lot. Rook c1, but also it's possible to hold on the c file. Just playing rook c8 and not taking on c1. In the meantime, we have David Navarra versus David Anton, which now seems to be going to dead draw in few moves. David has found a way how to steer the game to a draw, which I think that was very wise decision, since easily you can get into bigger problems. And Yakuboye versus Niemann.
Oh, I like this game. King still in the center. Black is trying his best to explode the whole board. d5 has been played somewhere to open up the position. Shall we see what happened at the moment when bishop was played on c4?
Yeah, I mentioned that here d5 might be a move. At in this position, queen b6 was well played, and then came this idea.
That. This pawn is hanging three ways, and black still decided to give it up.
Rook d5 allows queen e3, rook d8 later, so that's why taking
It's very
with the pawn.
Hans style, right? To give up. Like you could, for sure, like anyone else could find any other way to play, per se, like rook a8 or something, but he likes to complicate position very much. Now there is a check. You can cover it with the pawn. You can cover with the queen, but then queen e4 comes with a check. And then black is getting one of the pawns back.
Yeah, taking the pawn. Probably.
Oh, can I play bishop h4 beforehand?
Oh, that's nice. Because this drops a rook.
Yeah.
So
And I will capture the pawn wherever your king goes.
with a check. With a check, that's nice. So, queen b4. Okay, knight d2. If I go, which sounds like a move.
And I love e4 move. That's so Niemann style. And if you take that pawn with the queen, I will play rook e8 in the end and win the piece.
That's a nice touch. So queen, queen, and The
Good
pin.
swing.
Very nice. So you need to take with the knight,
Oh, you can't do that.
but sorry, my bad. I need to move my queen. Sorry, I forgot.
Yeah, that's why this
Yeah.
king is so
Yeah,
weirdly
yeah, yeah.
stuck in the center.
So queen c4 is probably needed. Queen b2, you castle then. I have a feeling that this will end up in a draw. But this might be the way. So knight d2 was played, and now Niemann can play e4. What else?
There's also bishop g5 to make sure that this knight is pinned.
Yeah, not allowing castle, this is the point. So after bishop g5, you need to do something else. That's
And also, shall we do that with bishop h4 first to provocate g pawn on g3 and then to play bishop g5?
okay. That's also an interesting way. Should I sack some material? Should I go c3? This is probably too much. You have queen c1. No, queen c1, queen d1. No, I just play rook. No, hang on. What did I see?
e4, he played
queen,
e4.
Queen g2. This should be
Oh,
the move.
I like it.
Yeah. So, bishop h4 sounds like a way to proceed.
He played e4.
But
yeah.
e4 was his
He
move.
played e4 and he had this look to double check on his opponent's face if he liked it or not, this move.
And what was the verdict? What was the verdict? He approved?
He
Okay.
I guess.
So yes, I'm worried with this move. Yeah, good. You did it well. I'm worried. So, am I getting closer to my prediction? I would love to hear this from your mouth.
You want me to say?
Yes.
Got so personal. No, absolutely not.
So still,
We're gonna have at least 2 decisive results. At least. I think between 2 and 3, so I
yeah,
would say 2.5.
I fully agree. We speak about challenges, right? Yes.
Futures.
Okay, so here, this looks like
Oi, oi, oi.
some mating net. Hang on. Knight f6 if I give check and take on f8. This is
Do you know how this looks? This is kind of puzzle you have, and you want to set up it on the board, but it takes more time to set up it on the board and takes less time to solve it. This is so bad position for black.
Okay,
Yeah.
you are a professional there. I know that you are providing a lot of content for your viewers. You have your channel, right? Or Instagram profile. You put some puzzles, right?
I promise them to do.
Okay.
I just promise them.
Okay.
But this is always this thing, you know, you want to set up the position, but it really takes a lot of time to do it. And then solution is so simple.
So let's start. Knight f6. If I can play it. So you need to move the king, I believe. So if I take on f8, I don't have a threat. Do I? No. So you take on c3. So I can give this check, but maybe I should follow with something else. I don't know, like taking on c4. Or why not to take immediately? Not much have changed. Maybe black is counting on this stuff. So white needs to think a bit, so it's possible to get confused. So many options here. How to undermine this this bishop on h6. Okay, bishop c5. I don't see that I'm getting something here, so this is not my favorite. So I can take, but knight f6 might be a good move because you cannot take, since here my knight is super safe because this is a checkmate. So maybe it's better to have knight on f6 instead of e4. Okay, so bishop a6, and now the end is near. I can take on f8, maybe. Can I play knight d7? And then you take on e3. So if I go here, you take queen e3. It looks also just winning for white. You take on c4, I take, and I take on f7 when you move the rook, and that's more or less it. So I'm curious what will Václav opt for. And how about Divya? I said I'm afraid that this is a dubious position. What do you think, Keti? You are an expert for women chess. Of course, you know more than I do. So how about ladies? For example, you have Giner. She started with 2 losses. But in that game versus Divya, since it's 2 female players, that previous round's history is not so important as maybe their
own
head-to-head, their own history.
That's a very good point, and I'm on my way to check head-to-head score. But somehow we have very often players with high rating not playing against each other a lot of games, right, as would expect. But it is true that these 2 players today is very, very important. It's very, very personal for them, and it's not only the open tournament, right? They will fight for the different occasions for the title, and they both gonna be focused. Can I just look for the?
You look.
Oh, we have it.
Okay, very good. Yeah, so this might affect current situation.
So what is it? Oh, Giner leads
Yeah.
4-1.
Yes.
Wow. Round of the World Cup.
And no draws. So I'm not surprised now how that game
I'm
has
a bit
developed.
speechless right now. I thought the gap would be a little bit closer. But let's also just be fair that Giner has been there for several years already at the top level. And we have Divya past years increasing so much.
Sometimes you have like players of similar strength, but because of their history, that affects a lot. So I have advice for like older players who are already established. You need to spot one talent and then play as much games as possible when that kid is still young. And then when it became strong, you have this history which will affect. I'm joking, of course, but I had that kind of things, that I was playing against some Croatian grandmasters, and we had this history since I'm a bit older, and I was winning. And then when he became strong, he still is affected, but
we call that in Jordan, we call that unpleasant opponent, that no matter what circumstances, you just don't want to play against this opponent, and you just not score much of the point. They don't have played that much of the, like, they have not played 10 games. It's not 10-1, right? Divya is 20 years old. Giner is 23 years old. They have not played that much of the age categories together. It's 3 years is a big gap when you're playing age categories. And they by the age, currently moved to the elite group of the players. I think they have still a lot of history ahead of them.
96 just played. So Divya is trying to liquidate a bit, at least. So, taking on c5, right? Is there anything better? Bishop f4, I don't see that this pin. Okay, maybe. So knight c4, yeah, knight c4. So bishop f4 is not the move. Because of knight c4, I spotted these tactics. Discovered the attack. So bishop c5 is a better move.
You know why this game is so important for these two players? Well, first of all, none of them have won the game until now. Divya has 2 draws. He could win the first game, remember? He had really nice advantage against Gladura, but she made a draw. Junior has 2 losses, but in just about a month, these two players will face each other for different circumstances, and it will be very important. So to build up this mindset or mind games to win a player right before the candidates tournament, it's very important. Divya has won 2025 Women's World Cup in Batumi, and she got qualified to candidates. Junior is the winner of the 2024-2025 Women Grand Prix Series. 2 very tough players, and as we mentioned, they still have history ahead of them. They don't have much of the past, but for sure these 2 players will face each other a lot in the future.
True. And now white is in driving seat here. Serious advantage. What's the advantage? I don't know. What does the engine say? Because I see this engine bar, but I don't know the advantage. So it's +2? No, it should be less.
Don't ask me very difficult questions. I don't know how to check.
Yeah,
Here?
hopefully we will get this in
Here,
future.
yeah. Challengers. And
Because for me it's some
here.
kind of info. I would love to know, is this more than +1.5?
so the engine gives +1.6 to white.
Okay, +1.6 is something I mentioned already before. You need to outplay your opponent once more. When you are on +2 or +2.5, that means that you just need to be precise, but you don't need to outplay your opponent. Here you need to outplay your opponent once more. So that means that you need to invest and try to avoid something, find maybe some concept. You need to find something. While when you're +2, you just need to avoid something. So it's a difference. Maybe sounds a little bit strange that I'm speaking about 0.4, but from my experience, it's a difference. When I need to avoid something, then I know what I'm doing. When I need to outplay, then
it's very important to know how to read the engine and how to properly use engine.
Yeah.
To have +1 doesn't necessarily mean that you can easily win that game, and it's so good to know what does actually means.
Yeah, exactly. Because Jordan van Forest was on +1.6, and you could see on his face that he's not sure, that he's investing a lot of energy. While if he would be on +2, I think he would knew that this is a simple text. So here I cannot guess by the engine bar, is it +2 or +1.5, but for me it's a huge difference. Okay, so board number 3, this is a draw, I believe, unless something super strange happens. I think Bierre is playing very good chess at the moment, although he's only on 50%. Since yesterday he was pressing in an interesting game. First round he was slightly pressing with the black pieces, and today it seems that he's doing the same. So maybe results are not following. Hang on, is it a mistake?
The engine hates this move. What is it? Something connected with b3. b3, c takes b3, c takes b3, a3.
Rook c5. Maybe there is some issue with the b pawn. Maybe he forgot.
Maybe bishop f5.
Yeah, b3. Maybe it's a move. Hang on. Let's think a bit. So bishop e2. Maybe I should play this c3, but
c3, I love this move to block the pawn on c2.
but I'm not sure about it. So c3. But why now when I play? So I need to take on c3. What? I need to play this.
Yeah.
Okay. Still, I'm not sure what is the situation. c3 or b3? Is there any alternative? Engine thinks there is an alternative, right?
I like rook d5. With if you take the pawn, then I have rook d4.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I play rook d2.
So rook d5, but there is a better move. Because when we play those moves, there is no advantage. What else? Bishop f5 doesn't sound like a move. Rook a4. Is this a move?
Rook a4.
Yeah, to threaten this.
I have bishop c4. And then b3.
Oh, bravo, Keti. Very good. But maybe you are worse even in that rook's endgame. So rook e4, you take.
That's the move.
Yeah.
That's the move. Wow.
Even here, black is better. So rook a4 actually crossed my mind.
That's the ugliest pawn structure I have ever seen. None of the pawns are like connected, right? Have you seen
You know
something
how
like
Nigel
that?
Short says,
Huh.
it's great to have more islands when you are Minister of Tourism of Greece, but if you're a chess player, then you should have less islands. Yeah. So
I agree
here,
with that.
yeah. So here, rook a4, I love this move.
It's crazy.
Because I'm a big fan of X-rays. And you know, this feeling when there are a lot of things and you still feel it.
It's crazy move. I
Can
love
you
this
feel
move.
it? Rook a4. Is this a move? So, who thinks that Bierre will play rook a4? Raise your hand. Anyone? Will black play rook a4 now? And yeah.
Oh my goodness! There we go. We have a clap
Rook
for
a4, rook a4.
Jonas.
Bierre.
What? What?
I love this move. And now I also love the reaction of white. What?
Yeah.
I need to dig.
Oopsie.
See you in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
See you in 10 minutes, guys. I need to work.
Jonas likes to observe his opponent. He likes to
but
check it
I
out.
like this joy
how
of playing rook a4. You
Oh
played
my
rook
goodness,
a4.
that's a dirty
This
move.
is typical, you know, when I'm then you want to see people coming. But you know what happens? Keti, when I'm playing tennis,
Yeah.
and once I was playing against, like, he's so better than me that it's crazy to even say. And the result was 6-4 first set for him, and in second set is 3-3. And I'm playing like my best tennis ever, and no one is asking me the result.
Yeah.
And when I'm losing against some tennis
Everybody
partner,
goes there.
everyone, what's the
Yeah.
result, what's the result? The same goes here. When you play rook a4, there is no one. No one looks. And when you
Yeah.
make a mistake, everyone is there next
And
to
they
your
put
board.
the pressure on you. Yeah.
I love
know
this
the
rook a4.
feeling. Oh, that's the move. Okay, guys. Here's the thing, what we can do from our side, because Jonas is doing his part pretty good. In the end of the day, on the website of Practice Festival, we're going to have voting. And you can vote for the best game of a day. And the player has a chance to win this small prize, but it's quite memorable.
And give you 10% commission. No,
You
I'm
don't
joking.
have to say that. and if you can choose the best game in Masters, Challengers, and Futures. And you can also choose if you dislike one of the game.
Yeah.
It's not that we don't like Guker's game or anything, but like we can also vote. But you can also skip that. And then next day, at the very beginning, the organizers will announce who is the author of the best game of the previous round. So if you really love this move as much as we do, rook to a4, go ahead and vote for Jonas, because this is really deep
Because
move.
yeah, this voting actually, I don't know, gives some recognition to the players. You know, when you give some effort and then it is actually praised by others,
Oh, I love
you
it.
get inspired that
I
you.
got the prize once. It's actually a quite embarrassing story. I got the prize in France. I was playing really lovely tournament. And my last name is not the easiest last name you can announce. And when they do it in French, it gets even more complicated. So I couldn't understand, and they were calling my name, and they were like Keti, Keti, and I was like, what's happening? And right before the game, so then they told me that I have to go to the stage. They gave me a little gift. It was very nice, and it was so proud moment. I had 2 out of 2 in some open tournament, very strong open tournament. And the next day, I made a draw against Grandmaster, and I still hear Keti, Keti, and I was like, oh, this is another prize probably. And I went on the stage, and I was standing, and I hear people laughing at me, and I was like, what now? Like, I heard my name, and like basically the organizer announced that I would like to travel after the tournament, and if someone has a seat in the car to Paris, they can just contact me.
That was a great
I
story.
was just
And
standing at the stage, and people were laughing at me, and I was so angry at myself that why just sit down and wait for the others to give me the guidelines. But back to that topic, it kind of gives you a lot of like recognition to be given this prize,
Yeah, of
and you can
course.
always say this is the best prize I got.
I got painting for the Croatian National Championship 12 Grandmasters round robin. I got the painting for the most interesting game, I think.
What was on the paint?
Good question. I don't know. It was some kind of nature or something, and it was nice. It was nice to have it. Just
Cool,
to
cool.
conclude, Biere has made a mistake now. C3 is not the right move. He should have done something else. And what is that something else? So B3 was better move now,
She takes.
because when you take and go A3, now maybe I kicked your kings somehow. What's the clue?
Bishop F5.
Threatening rook
No.
E4, but that's not the move. I don't know, maybe just... This is so hard to figure it out. Maybe just to go somewhere with the
Rook
rook.
H4, maybe the
Yeah,
other
yeah,
side.
rook H4 maybe. And maybe
No.
not. So hard to understand computer analysis.
Maybe Bishop G4.
No, but bishop A6 is coming. So this is not... I don't believe that A5 can be the move. So see how complicated it is. Bishop
Let's make every
C4.
move.
I don't get it. I really don't get it. Let me just briefly check. Bishop D5.
What is that?
Okay.
You want rook E4 and you want
Yeah.
rook king
And maybe
E6.
king E6. Yeah, but why bishop is better on D5 than F5? Don't ask me. Let's check this game. Ganguly versus Nemec, because Nemec is playing so well when there is a mess.
When he has a problems.
Just to remind
Yeah.
you about the standings, let's go once again. If Nemec wins this game, so in challengers, Ganguly will have only 1 draw out of 3 games, while Nemec will have 2
2.
out of 3, which is
Not bad.
not bad, winning with the black pieces versus Žužiner, and winning with the black pieces versus Ganguly. That would be a very good achievement by him. So let's go back and check this game, how this developed. So we left around here. F6 was a precise move, and what's typical with this structure B5 C4 is that when knight lands on A4, it's always unpleasant for the white Rook e3, nice. Exchange sacrifice. And domination, collecting everything in the process. 3 pawns fell down. I think that Ganguly is completely aware that he has misplayed it. In the meantime, just to show that Yufa has managed to outplay Gledura a bit. So if Yufa wins, he will be on 50% and Gledura will go down to -1.
But he has nothing to worry because then Yufa will play this beautiful music on the piano
Yes.
for him and entertain.
We got some coffee, so namaste.
Thank you. Alojzije, we have to rush back to the game of One Forest and Gukesh.
Yeah. Let's go.
Gukesh plays king on a hill. He goes crazy. And
And
look at his king.
so he's
He
pawned
might
down,
even win this game.
but he got an extreme activity, and gosh, this will be very disappointing for Jordan to misplay this position.
Wow, Gukesh has a power of defend the games so well.
They were calling, I don't know, that Karyakin is a great defender. Then later, Abdusatorov, everyone is saying, was praising him. But I've noticed in last almost 2 years, a little bit less, 1.5 years, I've noticed how Gukesh
Defense.
is, tough not to crack. He's really, really good in defending. The thing is, as I mentioned, he doesn't mind playing ugly moves. Against Niemann, as you recall, his all pieces were on the initial rank. He doesn't mind going backwards because some players, even in a bad position, their ego is there and they want to be active. And he knows how to balance between being passive and then switching to an active side. So this is a fantastic quality, but what we are actually missing and what World Champion is lacking at the moment, he's lacking this powerful play, you know, Garry Kasparov style when you're crushing your opponents. At the moment, he has improved, he's playing fabulously from defensive side, maybe better than Kasparov. Kasparov was not so good in defense. In crazy complicated position, yes, but in terms of being pawned down or worse, but there was a good thing for Kasparov. He was never pawned down and never in a bad position. So regarding Gukesh, he's suffering a lot.
That's also not bad, yeah?
Yeah, he's suffering a lot. You can find numerous games, classical games of him in last year and a half, but he's holding. For example, there was a game, I will name a few games. Gukesh versus Giri, European Club Cup, -1 after the opening. And then several others. Last year, the year before also. So he's the one who is against Vidit, European Club Cup 24. He was -1.5. He's ready to save that game. But as I said, it's not the same if you are -1.5 and -2. Huge difference.
Yeah. Well pointed.
Okay, let's just briefly check Yakuboyev versus Niemann. So something is wrong there.
Oof.
It seems that Niemann has misplayed it, and now he's hang on.
How the king became so
He
strong.
needs to go to
Please.
b8. Probably then Rook b1 will be played. Is Rook b1 the move? Maybe, yes. So Niemann is struggling a bit.
But I can also play queen to c3 check. Force you to get the queen back on d3.
Yeah, but probably white is fine with that.
And somehow you're missing the pieces.
Niemann is struggling. Navarra versus David Anton. Okay, it will be a draw. Abdusator versus Keimer. Hang on. Who is better here? Probably still white. But it's not so simple. Okay, we have critical points of all the games except Navarra Anton. So where to go? Where to say? I still
Let's
believe.
have all the five
Okay,
boards,
that's a
and we
good
can
idea.
figure it out. Because all the positions just changed, right? Yakubov now gets the advantage with extra 2 pawns and very active king. Second board, Navarra and David Anton seems to be the most peaceful game so far. Then we go forward, board 3, we have Abdusatorov and Kemar, and somehow I think Kemar found a precise way to guard all the weaknesses. Next board, Van Forest against Gukesh. We talked about that. Gukesh actually found the best way to defense. And the final board has been ended in a draw. So we have 4 games in progress in the Masters. And the game that we can now, I think, focus is up to Satro Kemar, I guess, yeah. Rook e6 has been played, attacking the knight on c6. And you don't have rook to d5 to capture this pawn and attack the knight because there's knight g3.
Nice touch. Rook d5 doesn't work with this concept, which will yield white advantage because after rook d5 there is an intermezzo move and then black takes. Gukesh is thinking, is there any repetition there or something going on? Not really. So he's on the move. And Yakuboev, queen c3 was played and queen d3 followed.
Oh, the end game.
Ah, so he took?
Yeah,
oh,
he took.
Rook
And played rook to
e5.
rook e5.
Okay, fighting for a draw.
Scary.
Okay, fighting for a draw. g4 or something, and you fight hard for a draw. I don't know, let's say g4. But maybe there is a better move.
He goes
Okay, first I can go
something, yeah.
rook, maybe. Rook b1 or something. Ah, no, rook b1, you take on f5. So how... Okay, I can go knight c4, maybe. How about this move? Computer disagrees.
Why not knight e4?
Rook f5 check.
King g4.
Rook d5. This is the problem, I think. So how to stay with the pawn up? Which is the right concept? Maybe just simple king f4 or something.
How about we push d6?
Takes and then go back. Go back.
Knight e4.
Okay, that's possible, but I don't believe in that. I go back rook d5 and it's check. So you need
King
to go.
e2.
Yeah, rook d5 and this
Knight
will be a draw.
e4.
King will come. I don't believe in this. Maybe bishop e5, f6. f6. So something is needed here, something subtle. And what's that? What?
Rook b1.
Rook b1, rook f5, rook d5. Pawn and rook d8 back. Pawn is not marching.
You can do knight c4 here. And
Yeah,
I'm
I
keeping one
propose
pawn.
that, and this is not the best move
No?
according to the engine. So I'm curious to find the right move. Not many pieces, and you see, we even have engine evaluation, and still you cannot find the move. And that's why he's thinking. He's a top grandmaster.
Who has engine?
Hmm?
Who has engine? We have
engine bar, engine bar. I think.
yeah,
you
yeah.
have engine bar,
Yeah,
which is
engine bar.
guiding you, and you still cannot find the move.
Yeah, but
So-
we need the engine lines.
Yeah, that's why I want to I want to emphasize how it's hard, because people, when you
No,
turn on
it's
engine,
very hard.
it looks super simple.
Yeah.
When you turn on the LG bar, you have a guidelines, and still you cannot find it. I don't see it. I'm so curious now. That's why I love when you watch the games and think yourself how hard it's sometimes. So rook f5, rook d5. Let's use the logics. Can I get to d4 somehow? But knight c4 looks like the most logical move. So there is a better move than knight c4.
I see the ugly way how we can save at least one pawn. King to f4, and then rook to e1. Not to allow rook d8 to be covered, but we want rook e8 checkmate. So you have to play king f8 or something like that. And
But that's
then you have
good.
rook e3 or so.
But engines disagree. Take a look. But knight
Switch
c4,
off this engine.
I hate this guy. I will never go.
Kill it.
I will never go for a drink with him. No chance. No invitation, buddy.
Oh, he played.
What did
Maybe
he play?
played it. d6.
d6. And this is not the best move. So which was the best move? Now this is a draw. So probably some rook. Rook c1, rook d4. Was that the move? Rook b1, rook b1 is the best move. Rook f5, king e4 probably. Rook e5, king d4. Now I found it, but I was thinking about this, but
And
so hard.
why this is so great?
At least I'm a pawn up, and you cannot.
If I play h5 or some sort of
Okay, king c4 or
knight c4 even.
or knight e4, even this. So this was the solution, and here now he will make a draw, I believe.
It's kind of tough to stand on the diagonal where the bishop is, so that's not an easy move.
I think that we should move to the challengers, because there we will have some crazy time troubles. For example, Zhuzhiner, she just won the game. Finek won the game. And Bertsen is totally lost versus Biere. Nemec won the game, and Jufa versus Gledura. Jufa versus Gledura is better for white, but the game goes on.
Wow, 3 decisive results already in the challengers.
What did I say?
You said...
How was my prediction? I forgot. What did I say for Masters and Challengers?
You said in Masters 5 draws, and in challengers I don't remember.
Maybe Sotiris remembers.
So there-
I think I said at least 3 decisive, maybe even more. So, actually, the point is that when I see the opening, I know that it's hard to outplay some players in some structures, and who knows, we might get all 5 decisive games, which is fabulous when we have
possible, yeah.
when we have a little bit slower pace in the Masters, we get a fierceless battle in the challengers. So that's something. How hard is to get it to convert this one? Is it hard at all?
The game of Biere
Biere
against
and
Bertsen.
Healthy pawn up, but we have seen that Thomas is able to pull out the miracle.
Well, the problem here for white is this the g5 pawn, right? So I can probably play next move rook g2 and attack this pawn. So white just decided to activate the rook. That's a very good plan. That was so much needed move. But you can't enter on the 8th rank. So all you can do is to play rook to c7 check and to get this rook on the back rank on b7.
Okay, black will push, so no need maybe to stay here. Regarding Ufa versus Gledura, how complicated is this position? Okay, black wants to take on d6, maybe. I'm not 100% sure. Because then a serious passer is alive, although if black manages to come closer with the king, that can be a weakness as well. So I was always careful when I was heading towards the endgame with d6 or e6 passers. That's why Ufa is thinking. And he goes for rook e3.
Chasing the light square bishop.
Bishop goes to d5. And okay, he's not risking much. But I don't believe that this was the right step. This rook on e3, now you cannot go to the c file. And I have a feeling that
He wants knight b5 and knight c7.
Okay. That's maybe an option. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
Knight b5, you can't move the knight because pawn on a7 is hanging, and if you play a6, then I'll play knight c7. And I will be very much happy to capture this bishop and isolate it the pawn.
You're right, knight b5.
b5.
Yeah, a6, knight c7, simple as that. And pushing the b pawn. Hang on, Keti. Is here black just winning with rook d3
What?
in Berce versus Biere?
Takes b2.
Yeah.
You can play rook to b1 because of the...
Yeah, you can give check and go behind, but then I promote.
Again, same.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So he sees this, and will he take on d3?
Can you go full screen?
He
It's
will
a
take
good
it.
moment.
Now, usually you should do in this position, you start coughing or something to produce some sound that the people start going to your
makes them
table,
show,
and
yeah?
then you show.
Yeah.
Then you play the move.
A wrong move. First, you have to
Or-
get the tension.
Yeah, you call the arbiter, is something wrong with the clock, but everything is okay, and then people gather, and then you sacrifice.
But the way how Jonas is looking at the opponent, that's the story itself, right? Look at how many times. Let's calculate. In a second, I think he looks like 10 times or so.
Okay. And eye contact, buddy. And he promotes the queen. Don't play bishop f5, promote the queen. No need to calculate so much. Take the queen and put it on b1.
As simple as it sounds. Yeah, let's turn that. And a handshake.
Okay, kudos. As I mentioned, Biere is
Damn.
playing very well. This is like control chess. Out of 3 games, having everything under control, playing very well, maybe not getting even more pluses. While Thomas, he cannot be unlucky and unhappy. We cannot call him unlucky and unhappy because after first 2 rounds, he was there very close.
He played very well this round. I suggest to at some point fast go back to game of Van Forest against Gukesh because Van Forest is down to 2 minutes and he still needs to make 4 precise moves. And that's a time pressure. Let's go back to the game Gukesh against Van Forest.
Okay, let's go there. Now, Jordan is again better. Really? Are you kidding me?
I think Gokesh got very excited about his king activity and just allowed Jordan to get that advantage on the king side, sorry, because now bishop to g8. I just want to collect all those pawns.
That's also a psychologically well-known situation. So you are lost, and then you get a chance, and then actually you start changing your strategy from playing only moves. You are playing moves which are creating you chances, and
Do you
you
think
allow
Lukash
your
became
opponent.
ambitious to win?
I cannot say ambitious, but you lose this sense of danger again a bit, and now he probably regrets it. And g4 was played. Bishop g8 and g4 previously. So he needs to retreat his knight. But where? Knight h6 is one option. But then if you go to h6, I can change my strategy and go to e6 maybe. And then threatening to take rook h7.
6 minutes to solve all the issues. And you know what? I'm gonna get an interview right now. I have to leave you here alone, but I'm sure you're gonna have a lot of fun in this game, right? And I'll be back soon.
Do my best. Thanks. Okay, so Keti is ready to provide us some material. Well, let's stay here and see the situation. Knight d6 was just played, and Jordan will retreat the rook to d7, rook c6. Okay, nice x-raying. I mentioned this many times, I will repeat. Famous Bobby Fischer's duo, rook and a bishop in an endgame. They tend to cooperate much better than rook and a knight, so keep this in mind. While queen and a knight, this is a Capablanca's tandem, so rook and a bishop in the endgame. Fischer would be very proud now and happy to have this position, because he was saying that bishops are much stronger than knights. Okay, rook king c3. The thing is, why bishops are better? Because bishops can support your passers from afar and support your passer and control opponent's one. While with knights you need to bring them close, and this takes some time. And they cannot do the two things. They cannot fight against opponent's passer. Sometimes rook, when both sides have passers, rook is not stronger than bishop, because it also does the same. It supports and it protects. Same role as bishop. Bishop g6, and now it's black's last move, and it seems that Gukash is totally lost. Yeah, now 3 passers, I think that he just completely misplayed it. And I don't see how he will hold. So let's just briefly check Abdusattorov versus Vincent Keimer. Here, 2 moves for black, 1 move for white. Bishop. Okay, we have this glitch. Whenever they make a move, we are going back. So bishop e3. And king e2, last move. Bishop g1, so they are repeating. We can go full screen just to check, will this be a draw? Okay, not maybe. And Yakuboyev versus Niemann. One more move. Okay, this is a draw, I believe. So, maybe only one decisive game. Jordan Faforest versus Gukesh. All others seems to be steering towards a draw. Let's get the full screen camera of the playing hall so that you could see this 40th move action is there. So many people. Usually 40th move is the critical one. Yeah, open tournament games are still in progress, but crowd is following the main one. Futures, 3 games if I'm not mistaken in progress. So girls are fighting hard, which is nice to see. So let's have a multiple view, mosaic view, just to conclude the things. So here, this should be a draw. I don't see any chance for white, because even white would have a pawn on f3 in practice. This would be a draw. Some nice tip is that, for example, 4 versus 3. Let's imagine that white has e pawn, f pawn, and black has 3 pawns. That it's actually advantage to have this structure instead of g7. This is known from Korchnoi games, endgames. That is better to have double pawns because you're fighting better against this e5 push. So having double pawns is actually not a disadvantage. So if you are about to offer queen exchange and ending up 4 versus 3, don't mind if you have double pawns in that endgame, 4 versus 3. Actually, this helps you. So this endgame is a dead draw. Okay, this one was already drawn. Abdusatorov, the game is over. It's a draw. Jordan is winning. He will have enough time to think. And this one was drawn for a long. So, as mentioned, only Faforest versus Gukesh. So let's check challengers. In challenger section, we have one last game. But here you can see a little bit small talk, and our futures are following what they are speaking about. Let's stay here for a second. Okay, we still have a game which haven't reached 40th move. So let's go to Jufa versus Gledura. 2 moves for black, 1 move for white. Gledura is struggling in this tournament, same goes for Jufa. But they are capable to fight back and to win some games in a row. They know each other very well. Jufa representing Spain, playing for their national team. 2nd board, 3rd board, sometimes even 4th board. Gledura, usually 4th board, but he can play also 3rd board. Depends of will Peter Leko keep up playing for Hungary. He played at Olympiad 2024 and last year at the European teams. Gledura, very stable player, sitting on 2650 rating points, but now he needs this extra push to land on 2700. If I'm not mistaken, Ufa was on 2670 something, maybe even 2680. His peak rating. Very good player. But these days playing a lot of open tournaments. So I believe that he's happy that he has a chance to play. This is the current position, 95, that he has a chance to play some round robin. Last move has been played. There is a theory that people are making mistake in 40th move and also in 41st. 40 because you don't want to, you want to, you know, get some relief and go to restroom, and this tension actually starts to play with you. And 41st move, you rested, maybe you took some chocolate and your brain has took a break, and it's not so simple to get into this focus mode. So it's not so surprising. Last move for Benjamin. White is slightly better. Pressing. He needs to make the last move. King g8, or maybe he will do something else. Is he thinking about f5? Because then b6 is falling. King g8, the most solid approach. Okay, the smoke has cleared. This game will take some time. All others are over. And in Masters, we have Gukesh. So let's a little bit check what's going on. Also, Niemann is still playing, but Gukesh, okay, he's hoping that he will push b3, and after a b3 that this a pawn will secure him some chances for a draw. White is winning, but he needs to calculate a bit. Knight on d6 is a good piece because at least it stopped this retreat and a2 g8 diagonal control. h4 was last move, and he prepares this pawn advance. That seems that he has everything under control. b3, okay, b3 was played. Okay, White can maybe even play something else than taking or b3. I'm thinking, let's say that is it too stupid to go some a3, but a3 probably is not the move. You should take, and then black will push a3. Rook goes to a7, maybe. King goes to b2, and then White needs to bring his bishop. Or maybe there is now something subtle. So why is this totally winning? Hang on. I don't know if engine thinks that you can win, but I would be surprised. But maybe this is the case. I would be surprised that this wins, but maybe that's the case. That I don't need my rook. Maybe this just wins, and now I don't know, pushing further, which is not so easy to do. It's easy, you know, when it's easy to do it. It's easy to do it for someone else's game. Then it's very easy. You just push and then. But for your own game, it's not so simple. For someone else's game, it's so easy to calculate and to sacrifice the material. So he will need to think a bit. So b3 has just been played. Okay, let's have a small break because now I think Jordan will start to think. And same goes for Jufa and Gledura. We will leave you with this setup. Okay, he just took, and I believe now that a3 will be played. So we are back. Ayato company. You could see the commercial. It's funny that there was a cartoon. We were following this even in Croatia. So it's interesting to see the name of the company. Actually, cartoon is about that two guys who are super confused and making all the mistakes. When they are repairing something, in the end they succeed. So let's see, is here someone ready to save and succeed in saving the position? Gukesh is of course under it's not a pressure, it's actually getting closer towards a loss, since it seems that Jordan has managed to find a winning concept and he's not worried any longer. Okay, he's rechecking some stuff. It's not now about his main line. He's just checking additional possibilities. Is there anything wrong in his concept? But no, that's it. He will sacrifice a rook and then this pawn avalanche will decide. Now when you look in hindsight, that strategy of yesterday heading towards a king's Indian, of course it was tempting because David Anton has lost his first game, but at the same time, if he has played something a little bit stable and maybe get a draw, 2 wins with the white pieces and 1 stable draw, of course, would look like a dream scenario. Keti, you were getting an interview, or?
Yes, that's right. I had 2 interviews,
Oh, great.
both from challengers, and that was actually quite nice. I was interviewing Namats, and I
How does
learned
he
more
feel?
about. Oh, he feels fantastic.
Good.
He's very happy. He enjoys his games, and I asked him about the marathon that he is running.
Don't reveal it fully, but give us some hint.
He says that it's very, very important for him to feel good, and he told me something very interesting that maybe we should leave that for our viewers to take a look at the interview. And the second interview I had with Jonas. And I asked him if
About
he
his,
noticed that he's looking
Yeah.
to his opponent. And
And?
it was very funny answer, he said.
Okay.
So
Me? I'm not looking at the opponents. It's
I
okay.
thought I was not looking, but I think all of us just look and we have no idea about that.
Okay, we have a move here. Gukesh playing a2 in the end. And now white needs to prepare this rook sacrifice. Rook will go back to d1. Pawn will go back because of this system, but rook d1 was the move.
Oh, so much things happened here, right? Since I left, White totally destroyed the kingside pawn structure, and black got this pawn here. So what happens if king
He
b2?
plans to sacrifice and then to win with 3 pawns and a bishop versus a knight and a rook.
So if I play king to b2 now,
Yeah, he will push something like. You're threatening rook c1, so
Yeah.
I cannot do it. Okay, I
Rook's
can.
h2.
No, h6 I cannot do. So probably rook d2 I need to play. So if you go king b2, I need to play rook maybe d2.
king a3.
Okay. So maybe it's too early. This doesn't win. Or I can push h6 now. I spotted. Yes.
Oof.
That's the system. that's why this g5 was important first, and then you start just pushing. But that's not simple at all.
And they also got the increment, which favors one forest indeed in this position.
So what's going on in Yakuboye versus Niemann? Is there anything interesting there? Okay, white has better pawn structure, but is this enough to create anything? Maybe it is. Okay, h3 will be played at some point. He will try to.
The question is how
penetrate.
far this king and the pawn can go. Because at this moment, rook h5 just has to stay there, not to give some counterplay to black to capture both h2 and g4 pawn. And then at the right moment, when the pawn is advanced, then you can bring this rook into the life. h6. If I play king to e4 now,
It's a possible move. But what's next?
my next move will be king d5, king c6.
But then the rook, this pawn endgame, okay, you can play it. You can play rook a5. You can play this probably. Yeah. So king e4, huh?
We can pass the move like rook b2 or something.
I don't know, king g6,
King to 6.
king d5,
Rook a5.
king c6.
King c6. Yeah, and also there's a check when we capture.
Probably this is still not enough. I don't know, like some rook a4 maybe. And if you push d5, I can take on g4 and then go back.
King c5.
I will go king c5.
Oh, well.
Okay, check.
King c4.
Okay. I don't know, even trying to calculate. Yeah, okay, let's say that I probably need to give check or go down. If I go down, maybe this is bad, so I need to give check. Okay, and be full around. But okay, now when I'm thinking myself, there is still some job to be done for black. It's not a complete dead draw. In challengers we have this one game left, and here, not so simple. Very, I don't know, lovely position.
It is, yeah.
It's not so simple. Queen, they call this queenless middle games. It's not an endgame.
Well, if we take the pawn on e5, I have this rook knight to f7, attack the knight. I'll get the pawn back on e5, will attack the bishop on c6, so that's pretty nice position for white to reroute the knight on a better square to bother the bishop on c6. There's this pawn on a4 hanging, but seems like white is not really worried about that pawn. Because you can just take it back in a move rook a3 and just capture that.
Yeah. For example, I take on e5, you go knight f7. Can I go knight f6? Is that a possible move? This is what I calculated. And if you take on d8, I take on e4, and I think I stand the test. And what do you do?
Can I first take the bishop c6?
Yes, this is what I spotted, but then I take on f7.
Somehow the bishop is stuck then on
Yes.
c6.
So I spotted this knight f6, and engine bar is at least there. It's holding. So maybe after pawn takes e5. Okay, he's rechecking. Is there any nasty possibility?
Oh, but
Oh, I
can
can
we,
take
can we
rook
see this line again?
c6 maybe. Rook f6. Can I go rook c6?
I was thinking about
Probably not.
knight h6 here.
Knight h6.
Yes.
Okay, interesting.
If you take my knight, first I take the bishop and the knight is hanging.
And king f8.
If you go king f8, I take the bishop again. And now
Knight g4.
I have knight g4, I have rook c6, e4. Yeah, knight g4 is good enough.
But maybe some. But this black won't lose it because it will be too much activity, I think. But I don't know if I can even go e4. Is this a move? Can be. You go rook f4. So hard to. That's why they are analyzing. That's why calculating a lot. So hard to grasp everything here.
Yeah.
So how is current standings, current results? So let's check the standings or results of today's round, because it, at least in challengers, it has changed a lot.
Here we have
No draws.
no draws at all, and we have two whites winning, two blacks winning, and the leader, Thomas Bertsen, lost against Jonas Bjerre,
And
and
Krbeck
another
also, yeah.
leader, 2 out of 2 player, lost against Finek. And this is the current standing. Finek has 2.5 and leads so far. The last game will not really affect, right, at the
No.
standings. So we have Yufa and Gledura in the end with half a point. So now we can safely say that Finek is having 2.5 points. And then we have 4 players. Bjerre, Herbach, Nemeth and Bersen sharing second place.
But this looks like a dream scenario for Czech fans here, that first 4 places, actually first place and share second with 3 players. Czechia, this is awesome. And young players, and I believe with this approach that in few years, not few years, but they will be like a regular maybe participants of the main group.
I believe so. First seated right now, Finek. He's 16 years old, and we have seen him fighting until the very end. He's a fighter, and to be in the heart of all this tournament, very strong tournament, we should also admit that. Close tournaments are always very difficult to play. That's a big success.
Yeah, awesome situation for domestic fans. And in the A group we have 3 draws. We can say that Abdusattorov versus Kamer was quite a challenging one. Navara versus David Anton a little bit less, and Aravind against Maksudlu even more. Still, there are some interesting moments in other games which are left, but regarding standings, 2 out of 3 plus 1, like we like to say in professional chess world. So you're not saying points, you're just saying how much above 50% you are. So plus 1 for Navara and Abdusattorov, and Jordan is probably getting to the same standings.
There's still Yakubov in progress against Hans Niemann, and if if he manages to get something out of his position, then he will be actually leading the tournament with 2.5 points.
Yeah, true, correct. Okay, let's get the board back.
Gukesh made a move after really deep thought. About 10 minutes he was thinking for his move, and he played knight to d4.
Trying to keep the chances alive. So what's the thing? If I push h6 now, is there any trick? I don't see it.
I don't see it either. You take bishop, I push h7.
Yeah, this is game over, especially due to this x-ray. So what do you do? You're bringing your knight somewhere?
Knight b3, a1, I guess, and then rook
No,
c8.
I was thinking maybe somewhere there, but so many wins, bishop f5, whatever. No, I think now h6 seals the destiny, huh? Yes. h6, Jordan is checking and rechecking, and he's about to push the h pawn, and that's it. Gukesh is perfectly aware that this is a killer, and okay, he might play a little bit more, but it's obvious. Fantastic win by Jordan. Winning versus Keimer, seed number 1. Winning versus world champion, seed number 2.
Yeah. Forgetting the loss against David Anton,
But
there's a painful.
He needs to recheck his strategy with the black pieces, because okay, maybe the opening was not the only reason why he lost the game, but rook c8, and now h7. Although I recall a famous game at the European individual, Jordan van Foreest was playing with the white pieces. I'm trying to remember this game, and he had something like +5 or something, and he managed to lose that game. Totally winning position.
Blunder or?
Yeah, he like blundered. He forgot about some against whom
Oh, I remember
about some
that.
fork. There was some kind of fork, and
yes.
and he just resigned.
Yes, yes, yes.
Totally
yes,
winning. Against whom was it? I'm not sure. So he has this track record, so he will recheck a few more times.
H7. Oh, that's not going to happen today.
Yeah.
H7 has been played. And if knight b3, we just push. We can play bishop f7 as well, right? With idea bishop g8.
I was actually commentating with Fedoseev. We were just chatting, and openings of Gukesh sometimes are not on the level. I think that some other players, they have much better openings. So as I said, it might be a process of I want to learn as much as possible, so I will play everything. It's too early in my career to focus only on one part.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. I think it's what he also mentioned in few interviews, that he wants to
broadened his understanding. But the thing is, he's suffering because today it was obvious that it was about the opening. It was not about the understanding.
He's keeping the best for the match, you know, keeping for the best, and misguiding his opponent. No, I play this, but
No, don't
opponents
believe
prepare
it.
for
There
it.
is enough. There is enough openings. Yeah, because World Championship match is what, only 16 games, right? So it's
Yeah,
not
it's only
about
like
eight-
$1.5
eight black-
million or
No,
euro
I
prize
understand,
fund.
but it's 8 blacks, 8 white. It's not that you should play G6, B6 because nothing is there to play. But as I said, I think he's much better player than his results because of the openings. That's the only thing. If he can take someone else openings, for example, that after 15 moves he plays Giri's openings, I don't know, Fabi's openings, even, I don't know, Arjun's openings, I think that he would have like much better results and maybe 40 rating points more. As I said, maybe it's the concept. I don't want to blame because his seconds, they brought him World Championship title and himself, so we cannot say that that was not. But I'm just like commentating how I feel it. That
They should
for
hire
example,
you
Fedoseev
in the
is also
team.
struggling.
Alojzije, they should hire you in the team as
No.
a critic.
No, I can give my opinion. Listen, I was in like ordinary grandmaster. 2600 was my peak, so I was never top. But I'm along there, so I understand a lot of things and I'm following. But this is how I feel it, and I feel a little bit sad because he's a world champion, and I know that he deserves better. For example, Fedoseev, you recall his loss versus Niemann at the last Vaikanzi. He resigned in what, 14, 15 moves. But then he played a year before, he played the game versus Caruana, where he won the game. This is one of top 5 games in last 10 years in terms of squeezing water out of stone.
Oh, the handshake.
Yeah, big kudos to Jordan. Congratulations. I like him, as we mentioned. He's a very likable person. Also, Gukesh. Everyone likes Gukesh.
Everybody likes
So,
Lukash.
yeah, as I said, I know that he understands chess better than sometimes let's put it this way: he has too many losses, and it's not about his understanding his game. I have a feeling it's about unlucky choices and openings and so on.
Well, I actually appreciate that you speak so openly about this, and this is your opinion, and I see the point there. He loses some games where probably, as you mentioned, maybe this is some kind of process he's trying to learn.
Yeah.
All right. Is that the last game in process?
No, we have, this one is Yakuboev and Niemann playing in Masters and in Challengers. Yufa and Gledura, they are still playing, and the game took this course. So Bishop A4 was played. So around here, first Bishop A4, and then this is the current state of affair. But let's check Niemann, because I believe that if we start analyzing Challengers game, then we will get in chat show Niemann, show Niemann, show Niemann. So let's do it.
So what Black did here was he gave up the pawn from f6, which was double pawn, and activated his king. That's actually a very smart decision. And now if White takes the pawn on h6, then I'm gonna take the pawn on f5, and I'm gonna create the passed pawn. So shall we just try to push the pawn? d5, d6, d7. How black is going to hold in this position? It's a bit mysterious for me. Maybe you go rook on the long side and give it checks. Like for instance, rook to c8 now, and then after king to d7 to go on a8.
The problem is that engine will give you that's a draw, and a possible scenario would be that I take f5 at some stage. You come out with your rook. You push your d pawn, d passer. I come with my king. I go further. I sacrifice the rook, push f pawn, and then I might take this h3 pawn. Maybe I'm not taking it. So it's so complicated, and engines say it's a dead draw. But for human, it's really horrible. So you see, you know, maybe I'm complaining too much. Suddenly, yeah, engine will start hating me because I'm always saying that, yeah, it's not so simple and not so clear, and there are no verbal explanation yet from engines, right? They just still they're only giving numbers, right? When they start giving processes and verbal explanation, then I would get in love with them. But the moment they don't give it, they just say it's a draw. For me, this looks super complicated, and let's say that you put this position to, I don't know, like 2,500 rated players and give them 10 games. You will have like 10 games, different players are playing, and they don't have any info about other games. You will have, I don't know, 7 different outcomes, 8. Maybe one game would be similar with other. All others would take a different course. That's my point, to show that this is not simple at all. But what I see this, and I would love to also point out, is this effort from white. Because if you would give 10 moves ago or 15 moves ago that position to an ordinary grandmaster, 2,500, out of 10 games they would not create anything. So to be able to get into this game, in this position, this is a real show of class. So big kudos to Noderbeck. So Niemann is thinking in challengers. Ufa versus Gledura. So the game went this way. And it's better for, still I would say it's better for white, but now black has activated a bit. No, it's not sure, because this bishop is a monster now, protecting b7 and attacking. So it's not so simple. Okay, now this game will take some time. Rook e1 was played. unfortunately, okay, now the system has recognized it. So, yeah, they will think, they will spend some time. So, I suggest that we take a look of an interview which we have. So, let's listen to Keti and Nemec.
We have with us Joachim Nemec. Is that the way?
Yeah, it's fine.
I tried my best. Who won his game? Beautiful game. But I have to tell you from our side, from commentator side, that we really enjoy your games. It's always so complicated and a lot of fun. Let's go directly to your today's game against Ganguly, and we can touch some interesting points. But before that, if you can tell us, how does it feel to play and win such an experienced player as Ganguly?
Yeah, it's super cool because even I played the Petro first time, so I was very surprised to like finally play it. I was happy that it was on the board, but also like shocked because you don't know what will happen. Yeah, I didn't play a single game in it, so he also doesn't know what I'm going to play, which variation. So it was kind of tricky, but I think I handled the pressure and I was a little bit calmer than I was thinking before the game, and it went very well, surprisingly.
So at this moment, with the h4, when we had that position on the game, we really liked White's position because, like, there are some moves that there is an attack, but in about 2 moves you got the advantage here. So how you did that?
So I think should I like move it? Yeah. So actually, which happened in the game is taking on f5, queen f5. I think queen d7 is the best move. I think I have it on computer, I think. So I knew the stuff a little bit. I think the best is taking, going to the endgame, but I think like black is doing absolutely fine. He doesn't have any weakness. He's going with the back to a4 with the knight and just handling the position easily, I think. And like Ganguly, he didn't want to exchange queens. Okay, it makes sense. So he went back. Rook f8 makes a lot of sense, but now he started to play like shaky a little bit. He didn't, I think, saw the best like continuations because he was probably like thinking, okay, just play bishop d2, but rook e4 is in the air. And there's like taking, queen for f5, I'm just winning a knight. Yeah, that's what he probably missed. So now he's in a little bit trouble. Yeah, okay, like taking on e8 doesn't make sense. So bishop f4. I was thinking like deeply. I was not like thinking like about like moves. So firstly when I get in the position, I was like, okay, I can take on f4. It should be around equal. But then I saw the idea with h5 actually, and it's probably the most important move in the game. Now black's like starts to have the initiative and he takes over the game. And now it's very hard to play for a while, I think. So knight e3 actually, taking rook e4, and now just rook e8. Yeah. And it's not even like sacrifice because I'm going with knight a4, knight takes on c3, and my position is like I'm crushing basically white. Like white is stuck and he can move really. So he tried rook e2 at least, and I was not sure what to do. But okay, then I saw like f6 stuff. Okay, he's supposed to take a knight a4, and we are like back in the thinking what I was thinking. So after knight a4, it looks okay. It's probably already very bad. Okay, so rook d2 is chance. And g3, I was shocked with that move. I was thinking like coming back with the queen b4 and doing that stuff, but okay, g3, and then I saw, okay, rook e3 must be good. I mean, every piece is playing. I am even not like material down, so rook e3 is for sure good. And then it starts to look very promising. Yeah, okay, but sorry. So yeah, rook g2, and just doing better with my pieces, just putting on better squares.
Did you like calculate this sacrifice until some point where you said like, okay, this is good, or just like this is a good position?
Yeah, I saw like taking on e3, rook g2 is forced, and queen e6. Now he can't move basically. That's the thing. And I mean, I'm moving my knight back, and just like the queen side spawn are so quick, and that's also like what will the game decide. Yeah, but now not really calculating, like just spending time like to calm down myself, but not calculating like deeply. So yeah, and now it seems like after knight c2, rook f4, and just taking the rooks, exchanging, and after c3, yeah, it's probably the end. I'm just going with the pawn.
Oh, this is really amazing. You have 2 points out of 3, such a nice start. And I have to mention your first round game. You just gave a rook to Grandmaster, just like that, and played and totally outplayed her. That's a bit rude action by you, but the game was so brilliant. How can you summarize that game?
Yeah, it was an interesting game, but okay, I was doing so horribly from the opening. Like, the position wasn't that well, but also my time, I was like 1 hour down, so basically like in move 12. Actually, I was like moving from the chair and checking the time. Okay, I'm losing in 1 hour. What's that? Like, I should play like better. It's first round of challengers. I should be like, okay, doing better. So I was a little bit shocked, but then okay, she missed some calculations probably, and then the bishop a4, the thing was coming, but I did not see like the whole rook sacrifice at the first. At the first glance, I was like, okay, rook h2, I'm going bad. I will have 3 pawns. It's fine probably. But then I saw the idea. I was like, okay, even if it's not good, I must go for it. But computer shows like zeros, but like humanly, it's so hard to play. So yeah, I was happy because it was on the board, and yeah, it was probably very hard to defend. And eventually, I get the point. So very happy with that.
That was really, really nice. We learned that you are also doing some marathon. Is that true?
Yeah,
Can you please tell us more about it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, not right now because like 9 months ago I tore my ACL, so I went to operation and stuff. But actually, before I ran 2 marathons, some half marathons. But yeah, like chess, but also sport is very important for everyone. I love sports, but like running is so refreshing, and I love running. Basically, yeah, that's the thing.
And how much would be the percentage of you to be like physically so active? How big is the portion for your chess game?
I think like it's not that important. I mean, I'm doing too much sports sometimes, but just like move your body, move yourself, and like I don't know how to say it, but okay, it's not a rule, but you should be fit with yourself, also with your mind. Yeah, that's the thing. Not just your body, but you should be with your soul. You should be fit and just enjoy the playing and be happy. And that's the thing. Yeah.
Well, I guess you're very happy. I have so many questions to ask, but we want this interview to be short. And I hope that we're going to have you back in the studio winning another game. So best of the luck, and hope to see you again.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks.
That was nice to hear, but let's go back to the playing hall. Hans Niemann is trying to draw the game, and it seems that he's getting closer, while Noderbeck has managed at least to get a healthy pawn up, but now it's not so simple to find a way how to keep the game going. Because okay, he can start with some rook h7 stuff. Other way would be to go somewhere else, but I don't see. So rook h7 seems like a normal way to go. Yup, rook h7. King f6. So, should white push the d pawn? But then black king is very well placed. Now the issue for white is this rook's placement. Rooks should be behind the pawn. This is a simple advice and simple tip for rooks endgames. Rooks belong behind the pawns. Either you are weaker side or stronger side. Only when there is no other way you place them in front of your passers. So here, if the rook would be on d1 or e1 or somewhere here, maybe white would have a winning advantage. So misplacement of that piece actually is the key thing. So how to bring the rook? Rook h4 is one try, but after rook h4, black will start checking. to disturb the king. Okay, this might be a try. Maybe I can go back. King e5, because rook a6, I was thinking for a moment, rook a6 is bad. Probably I go something like king c7 and I will get, okay, or maybe king b7 first. And you, engine disagrees. I was thinking, no, I cannot do it because I'm not on time. So I need to go probably to b5 and then hoping to get this rook behind the pawn. Then minutes for white, 8 minutes for black, and in challengers we have Gledura versus Yufa. They are spending some time. Maybe it's a moment that we just show we have another interview because things are not going so fast. We have an interview of Jonas Bjerre, so I believe that it will be interesting for you to immediately get this first-hand insight. So let's check that interview.
We have with us Jonas Bjerre, who won his game in a style in the end game. Congratulations. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel very good. It was an important win for me after I felt like I was very close in the two previous games, but I kind of missed the moments. So it was important for sure.
Can you please tell us the key moments from today's game?
Yeah, he surprised me a lot in the opening by playing this bishop g5, and after knight d7 immediately he went back bishop e3, which looks very strange, but it's been seen before. I couldn't really remember. But I think I got a better position after the opening still. But then in this moment, when I played knight c5, he took bishop takes and knight a5. Kind of a trap that I cannot take his knight, even though it looks like it's hanging because of queen takes e5, and I lose my rook. So then he got to trade the queens and actually won a pawn on e5, but still with the bishops and my active position, it still looks quite unpleasant. Send game for white. So then I managed to take it home.
Yeah, it kind of felt that...
My threat is basically to say play b2 and take the bishop. My threat is basically to say play b2 and take the bishop and then bishop f5 check and I win the rook. So this he cannot prevent now. So it was a nice finish.
There's no way to avoid this, right?
There's no way at all to stop now b2 and rook takes d3. No.
That's a really, really beautiful touch. We noticed on camera that you like to observe your opponent. You give this look to your opponent. Yeah. Do you notice it?
Yeah, actually, I didn't notice, but then I was told, like not very long ago, that I do this, and I was a little bit shocked because nobody ever told me that I do it. And now I think I've been doing it for so long that I cannot stop it. Now I just do it.
So very often players are just doing it without even realizing what is happening, right?
Not realizing. I think it's when I make a move, I kind of look up to see my opponent's reaction. But of course I do it a bit too much. But it's hard now on how to stop it.
That's actually very nice for us to observe. You seem to have a very good tournament here. Can you please tell us a little bit your experience here in Prague?
Yeah, so far I'm feeling good. I'm enjoying the place and everything, and I think I'm playing all right, even though I missed a few chances in the first games. But now I am hoping to pick up the pace. So, yeah, I'm feeling good.
Well, this is just a start, and congratulations once again. Thank you for entertaining us with the beautiful games, and hope to see you back in our studio again.
Yes, thank you.
And we are back at the right moment. So rook h5 has been played. Keti has joined me. So yes. Interviews, players are excited, of course, those who are winning the games.
They're very excited. They're very much open to give the interview, and they're very honest, which is very nice. And this happens to the tournament where they feel comfortable, because I have interviewed these players to many occasions, and I can feel that they're much happier here, and they really say a lot of personal things. Today we had Jordan Van Forest wearing the glasses, and he talked about that too. And he pointed out that Gukesh also wears glasses, yeah.
Okay, I have
turned
my
out, yeah.
glasses somewhere,
I
so
think
I
it's
will
a
start.
new fashion.
Yeah.
should
I will
start
start to
wearing
be
it.
in trend.
That's a trendy thing now.
Yeah.
So, you guys, all those interviews, if you have missed it, don't worry about that because it's going to be on YouTube and you can watch any moment you want. And you can learn more about the games, inside thoughts of the players. Because when we're analyzing the games, they don't have the engines, so they don't really, they just share their thoughts.
Now, when you say it this way regarding glasses, it's maybe natural to have some kind of sponsor. I don't know, Ray-Ban, I would not mind having it.
I know.
Also, there was a nice tweet or post by Vidit saying that fair play measures are tough, but maybe chess world is cutting some options because watches, even not analog watches, are not allowed. I have this
that's big no-no
Apple
for
Watch.
me. Yes.
So it's a natural because during the game you're having, if you're having a watch, it will be visible all the time, not like shoes. Same goes for glasses.
I agree with that. I have this opinion that, okay, we can use smartwatches because we can get an information here, but analog watches, this is like so chess related thing, and you can attract so many big companies, and this is against the fair play. Also, our delays, I don't understand that. It just, kills the mood.
I don't like delay,
I don't like
even
that
of
too.
flights, of program, or broadcast. I don't like delay.
Yeah, no flights. The most importantly, no
Yeah.
flights.
Football matches, we don't like delay.
No.
But okay, regarding potential sponsors, pens, not allowed.
Not allowed. I also don't understand.
Watches, not allowed.
Yeah.
Glasses are allowed, at least. So if someone says coffee is not allowed, then come on.
But
What to
also
live
for women, there's more restrictions. For women, they are advised to carry a small purse, not a bag. Okay, so this bag of mine that I have here, it's too big.
Anti-cheating measures say.
So you have to have very small where you can just store, I don't know what, actually, if you can take your pen with you, probably some snacks. And also, we are advised not to have big earrings as well. Yeah.
Okay,
So much
interesting.
restrictions.
Yeah, hopefully our chess world will change in future because, as I said, this sounds like a natural deal that you have a sponsor sponsoring something which is visible all the time. It's nice to have a sponsor who is sponsoring with some car which is parked in front of the playing hall, but it's not the same, right?
Yeah, it's not the same. All right, both players have 6 minutes, but the position is not that crazy. White is still trying because white has extra pawn. Black knows how to hold this position.
But for me, it still looks complicated. For example, so this is the position. Let's say that, I don't know, I play some move like rook f5. Still black needs to work. It's not a dead draw. Okay, maybe I can kick your king and then go king d6. Okay, this will be a draw, so I need to stop this. Okay, so the position was following. Maybe rook e5 is needed. Okay, still it's possible to keep the game going. I'm trying to check the game also of Yufa versus Gledura. This looks very interesting how white ran away from this bishop activity. And knight on d7 is so well placed. Okay, if black goes bishop c6, there might be some tactics. Okay, this doesn't bring anything special, but it's something white might hope for. So, 9 minutes versus 1 minute. Shall we see the final decisive game. You're checking table bases?
Now I'm
How many
checking.
men? So two. Oh, you should have this as a public source. Seven men. Yeah. So regarding Niemann versus Yakuboev, it's an open source. I think 7 men.
7 men.
Yeah, 7 pieces. Yeah, including king. So the verdict is final. Am I calculating correctly? So 2 kings, 2 rooks, 4 and 3 pawns, 7. It should be an open source. I think that some even some portals they have integrated table bases. It should be like definite answer.
Yeah. Draw.
Draw, right?
Draw.
Okay, just keep this under control when someone makes a move, Keti. Maybe just to see is there any chance that... I don't know about this engine. Maybe our technician will say, is it table base integrated? Maybe yes, maybe don't. Because if it's not, then...
Well, if we have only d pawn there without rest of the pawns, this is a draw. And the black needs to keep the king in front of the pawn and then give the checks. And if white pushes the pawn on the 6th rank, then we give a check on the back rank. It's like super easy draw.
Yeah.
But with the pawns on F and H file, this is a little bit complicated, but not too much complicated, because the pawn on 7th rank also saves the black's king from the checks from king side, so you don't have those checks. And that's why black's strategy here was just to treat the position as he would do with the only d pawn on the board, and somehow f and h pawn, they are eliminating each other.
Yeah, we got an info that this is integrated, and that's why it's an equal, because black is a pawn up, true, when I think it's obvious answer. So we can also follow. If something changes, then would immediately mean that other side is winning. Now there is no chance for slightly better position or for +2 or either this
So
engine bar will be at the middle, or it will go to very top.
Yeah.
Probably not to very bottom, but to very top. We don't have a space now for better position, which is something when engines are not sure about the final outcome.
Oops. And Hans Niemann made a rook a1. Yeah, it's enough time to figure it out what is the correct move. 30 seconds increment. It's good time to figure it out what is happening.
And what
in this
if
position.
it would be 8 men? That wouldn't be integrated, right? No, so okay. Only 7. And who has 8? Who is that guy who is holding 8?
I think he wants to sell it.
Yeah?
Very expensive price.
You know, you are having, I don't know, commentary, suddenly guys enter and he has 8 men. Huh? And say, guys, it's lost in 45 moves.
We can explain to our viewers who has not been here what we're talking about. There is a database where you can set up the position of 7 pieces at this moment, and it tells you is it draw or win. There's no any other chance there. And this is slowly improving, and now we have even 8 pieces. Right?
Yeah, and they tend to say, but chess is, come on, everyone is equal, it's cheap for everyone, and suddenly one guy has 8, we don't have others.
Well, we have some of the spectators in the playing venues sitting there for hours and observing this game. This is a dedication, and also they enjoy pretty much.
But Noderberg is playing really well. I predicted prior to the event, as I said, that he will be in the middle of the table and maybe even on top or upper part. And every day I'm just feeling more and more confident in him.
I agree with that. King to c5.
Okay, he wants to set up a perfect position with rook on f5 and then to travel around the king. You could see now this Karel Janeček logo, and this is one of the sponsors. He was present at the opening ceremony, and he's one of philanthropes and the one who has invented some voting method. So he's mathematician and social innovator. He has his D21 method, which is a modern voting system based on the effect of multiple votes. It allows each voter to choose more than one candidate or party. It's a better at finding social consensus than single vote methods. And he said that when used in political elections, it also motivates candidates to run more positive campaigns and prevents vote splitting, making it a crucial innovation. And with inside this tournament, organizers are using a voting method for the best game of the day.
That is.
Goals promote voting,
Oh, wow.
in a fair way. So he's a festival partner, Karel Janeček, and maybe we will see him in this broadcast room or with Keti.
It makes all sense now, because in the end of each day we have voting on the website. We can choose best player of the round in all the 3 categories, and the player will be then recognized as the player of the day or of the round, and we'll get some small souvenir or gift.
Yeah, and when you say Karel Janeček, it immediately reminds me of Karel Poborský. Yeah, that was a fascinating team of Czech Republic in football. Nedved, Poborský, and all others. Jankulovský, some friends are even calling me Jankulovský because I have similar surname, Jankovic, so we are always having fun with that. Still some players, and I think it's like 20 years ago, I think Jankulovský played for AC Milan, if I'm not mistaken, and Poborský and Nedved. So Karel, it's a quite known name here.
Okay. Unfortunately, I don't know much about that side, but I trust whatever you say. I often trust you.
But of course, you know, Kvarac Dona, Kvaratskhelia.
Yeah, that I know.
So the idea is to transfer the rook to f5 and then move around. In the challengers, Gledura and Ufa, they are still in drawing margin, but it's not so clear. You already voted?
I voted. You saw it, yeah? I voted for only one game in the Masters. So let's see if everyone else agrees with that. Quite a long day here for the players.
King e4. So rook f1 or?
Yeah, Nurberg Yakubov is a player who has a tendency to press a lot in this type of positions. Even he knows it's a draw. His opponent knows it's a draw. We know it's a draw. He will try his best. Now I think he wants to get this king all the way to f6 and then to cover rook f5. But Hans Niemann found this move f6. Now he's kind of forcing rook to go on f5.
Okay, rook e6 is still possible.
Is it? Because I have f5 there. King e5.
Rook, yeah, king e5.
No, I have rook h1 there. Yeah, rook h1.
That's a draw. So rook f5 is needed, you're right. Yeah, but how to penetrate now? There is no way.
And you
This
just keep the rook on h file,
yeah,
right?
this
Rook
f6 was a crucial move. Without f6, there would be a chance to move around. King d4.
We have rook to d1 check.
Check, check. Yeah, now it's not possible to hide. Final moments. But very interesting game. Hans sacrificing 2 pawns, then ending up with a pawn down, but a very good defense in the end game, and it's not so simple. Now they are repeating, and we will see a handshake very soon.
He stops the clock.
Yes, he's calling. He's calling threefold repetition. He's saying that it's threefold repetition.
Oh, a conflict.
It's not a conflict. So he sort of. So he wanted to call the. First he called the arbiter, but then Nodivek was sort of ready to agree to a draw. Then. But now it's funny. They sort
He had
of
to
agree.
put it down, the move,
move.
and then Hans says, "Okay, I'm writing it down." Oh wow, that was a misunderstanding.
Okay, cool.
I love the way how he's signing.
Nodirbek
Storming
is
again
really
from the playing
well.
venue. This is second day in a row. Hans just leaves the board, not adjusting the pieces, living like that.
Okay, in former times, like players were adjusting pieces only if it's plastic set or wooden set, but not digital one, because some DGT technicians would prefer that you don't touch anything. So I cannot blame them. Let's check our last game.
Wow, look at Yakubov. He's still at the board, trying to figure it out where he could play better.
So rook's endgame, pawn up. So Yufa has managed to get something, but how to convert or to do anything? And engine again says it's a dead draw. Now without table basis, but
Too
thinking
many
that
men
this is
standing on the board.
yes.
4 minutes for white, and black has about 2 minutes on the clock.
I don't know, when you are like watching, not playing, everything looks super simple, but I immediately get some reminiscence how I was losing that kind of games. Playing hall is getting emptier. I don't know how many players are still playing in the open section, but I believe not many. Yeah. Okay, we have some game which is more interesting for spectators than our challengers one. Steven Agdestein playing, and behind him, is it Sahidi? Samir? No. No, someone else was there. So Steven Agdestein is, of course, still interesting for people, which is nice.
There are more people on this part of the board.
World Junior Champion. I'm not sure which year was that, but so Agdestein, let me try to guess, was born in 66 maybe? Maybe I'm wrong. I would bet on some 66, 60, 67 maybe. Maybe even 65, but around there.
This
Let me
seems
check
to
when he was
be
born.
final game of the open tournament as well. Slowly we are getting the day end, and this is the third day of Prague International Chess Festival. Oh, there's more game
67 he was born.
67.
Yeah, that was my first choice, but then I was not sure. No, 66 was my first choice, I think. Okay, this is not so simple for black. Is it a draw?
Oh, I think
It's
white just
not.
blundered. Sorry, black just blundered something.
So how it happened? Around here, King G6 was played. Maybe D4 was mistake, but what to play instead of D4?
The only move that engine
H5 probably, yeah,
suggests
yeah,
is H5
H5.
in here.
Because now if you go H5,
There's H3 and King H4. If you give a check.
and previous
You had to play H5
previous
without
moment was the last
pawn.
one not allowing H3 to
Yes,
stabilize.
exactly.
Okay, got it. King G3, and now it's very unpleasant.
Maybe Benjamin thinks that it's a draw anyway now.
Don't think so. I think he's just making moves. I will just show you one endgame which you need to know.
Please.
Let's say this. I don't know. Let's just play something like randomly. Check. I don't know, like this. So let's say this position. This is in John Nunn's book. If you don't know how to win it, so for example, let's have this position. I don't know. I will make some random moves to get into it. Check. Let's say like this. And black waits. Okay? If you don't know how to win this position, if you haven't seen this motive, no chance that you will win it. So the game goes following: G6, King goes to F8, Rook G8, Rook F8 check, King E5, for example. Okay, and now people are playing Rook F7.
Yeah.
And after Rook C1 is a draw. All the few people even lost it. because of king f4. There were few people who
Oh,
lost this
wow.
in blitz. In
Oh,
rapid,
wow.
someone even I think lost it in a classical. So here, the point is that white would love to get rid of this, to change f for g and then to get into Lucena. So for example here, this, let's say in this position, this f6 doesn't win because after taking, yeah, g6 is not on time, so you cannot make it king h6 and g6. So only way to win this position, and you need to know it, is king f6, rook f8, king e5. Only way. And that example was in John Nunn's book about endgame. Only way to win this position. Does anyone know? f6, rook f6, and Keti rook f7. If you don't know this, no chance that you will win it.
Oh wow, that's
No
so
chance.
cool.
You need to know this. And now white wins. If you take on rook f5, king g4, just white wins. You need to move the rook, and then I take, and then I will have a Lucena position. So this is very useful, and I keep this in my storage, but never happened.
Never happened.
Yeah,
Maybe,
but what to do?
maybe
What
one
to do?
day.
Maybe somewhere. But this, for example, you could get it up to this position. For example, here, king h4, and you can end up in that kind of position.
You can trade b pawn to d pawn.
Yeah, and you might get into that position.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get today. Oh no.
You know how when the people are cooking, those master chefs, and then follow me for more advices. Subscribe to my channel for more advices.
You have a channel on YouTube?
No, I have, but I'm playing its own creation, yeah.
But I really enjoyed the book that you gave me.
Okay.
That's really nice.
Thanks,
That's
Keti.
really, really nice. And I think you should do second part.
Maybe.
With some ideas like this, because it has been really, really helpful. Not only for me, but only for my students. So you like to collect some cool ideas. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Thanks for that. I appreciate it. And also, hopefully your students have improved.
Yeah,
At least a bit.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you still have some time to do some lessons from time to time?
Yeah, I love to. I love
Good.
to get to give lessons.
I have one issue with giving lectures is that I connect with my students, and sometimes when my students lose a game, I'm more like concerned than they are.
Okay.
Because I really would love to see them improve.
Yeah. Well, I love classes so much that I even sometimes wake up too early for that, and then I always have this question like, well, I'm really doing it, but I really love to teach, so yeah. It always keeps you in a shape because you have to do some work beforehand. You also just,
I did one
solve
here
things
because
yourself.
I like him, and we are having this online lesson. 8 a.m. Keti.
8 a.m.
Yeah, I woke up at 7.
Wow, that's a dedication.
B7, and that's it, huh? Or king comes in front. King comes in front, and you never can step to the e file because I will check you, and you cannot take the pawn because I will check you. So you need to hide behind, and then probably just pushing the pawns. Hey, this is very instructive. 7, 5, up, and played on last 2 seconds.
Wow. That's not a good sign. Now you cannot take the pawn on f4 because white gives the check.
So
you
you
have
need
to
to
hide.
There is this concept in Rook's Endgame, a shadow, that you need to hide behind your rook. Usually, for example, if rook is now on f7, you go to the shadow, and you are behind this rook. And then there are some motives how to break that shadow.
Yeah, it's gonna be very easy here to break this shadow for white because you can just push f and h
you
pawn.
come in
both of
front
them.
and you just start pushing.
Yeah.
h5, h4, h5,
You are
f5.
creating 2 pass pawns, and that's enough to win.
Now he's just thinking, is the best to start with f5 to stop g6? Because here, if you went G6, F5 wins, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you can, so that's why he first played to F3. Now F5 looks to me as the most precise way.
F5.
Will he play it?
Such a struggle for black, yeah.
Let's stay here till the final moments, because I think that this game will finish soon. Okay, so King D1, a possible move, of course. F5 was another option.
What do you think is the main reason that such an experienced grandmaster as Benjamin Gledera he played long game where he was guarding the position perfectly fine and then one inaccuracy and that's it? Tiredness? Or maybe he relaxed?
No, I think it's bad day in the office. It's not so simple to keep the level, yeah. I have a feeling that the last 3 years, you know, I was commentating 2021 European Team Championship, famous because of Alireza Firouzja crossing 2800, the youngest ever, being 18 years old. And at that championship, I think that Benjamin, he was playing last board for Hungary. I think he had something like 6.5 out of 7.
Yep.
Crazy result. He was playing Petrov, crushing in counter-attack with the white pieces. He was really playing fabulously. The concept was that he just returned from US, that he will play more. And he had, I think, some big plans crossing 2700. Yeah. But in life, it never goes as you want, you know.
Yeah, he also dedicated himself to studies, as you mentioned, to US. It's not easy to combine studies and professional chess, and it happened shortly after he became world junior champion. I think that's the moment when he got the invitation from the university, the scholarship, but yeah, always tough choice which one to choose, to play chess or to study.
Here he needed to stay. It's an interesting thing that he needed to stay because if he pushes G6, white can even start something super slowly. Like, okay, King C1 can be played, you go up, I go King D2, and after H3 I push H4, and now it's Zugzwang. I like Zugzwang as a word. You?
Zugzwang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Zugzwang.
yeah, after King G4, F5 or H5.
These pawns are untouchable. Yes. The moment you touch the pawn, there's a check.
Yeah, electrical pawns, and whatever you do, your king will come out.
There's not much of the need of calculation as well, which is really good for Daniel Jufa. You can always double check. Goes
F6, and that's it.
And a handshake.
Yeah, big kudos for Daniel. And yeah, big congratulations to win this game. And we have, I think we should give a round of applause for challengers because all 5 games were decisive ones. Come on, guys. Yes, this is really fighting spirit at its best. So big congratulations to organizing, picking up this crowd, for players, to showing their maximum, not thinking about making a draw. and it was also interesting in the main section. We have an interview with Jordan Farfores.
We have interview with Jordan Farfores, but let's once again take a look at the results and standings just to check who is leading both categories, and we can start with the Masters. Here we have the results. Only one decisive result, and this is Jordan Farfores winning against the current world champion Gukesh Domoraju. That was a brilliant game. Jordan used the chance. He spotted the mistake by Gukesh, and more details you can see in the interview. We're gonna leave it for you to watch. But other 4 games were also very interesting, especially the one Yakuboev against Hans Niemann, and also another break-up to Satrov against Vincent Keimer. That had been a really tough matches. Rest 2 games, they went a little bit easy on each other, and here we have the standings. Yakuboev, Abdusatrov, Navara and Farfores are leading this tournament with 2 points. Going to the challengers, let's take a look what happened here. 2 leaders that had 2 out of 2 that been Bersen, and the second one was Stefan Herbeck. They both lost their games. So now let's take a look what has changed. Vinek took advantage of that, and he has now 2.5 points, 16 years old. He's leading really amazing pack of the players with several 2600 players. Jonas Bere, Stefan Herbeck, Joachim Nemetz and Thomas Persson are following very closely to him. This has been round 3. Round 4 is ahead of us tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central European time. We hope it's going to be a really nice day. Thanks very much for watching, guys, and being with us whole day, or maybe some part of the day, but we really appreciate. Before we call the day and introduce our interview, any highlights from your side?
No, I'm quite impressed by the level and the fighting spirit, as I mentioned. For sure, some players who are struggling in challengers and even in masters will fight back. It's obvious that Domoraju Gukesh will win at least 1 game and maybe even more. So there will be interesting to see what will happen in the next day. Every day brings us some drama, so I'm so happy to be here.
Exactly. So thanks very much, guys, for watching. And final interview, you can check it out. Some of the thoughts of young Jordan Farfores, who beat Gukesh Domoraju. We have Jordan Farfores in the studio after beating Gukesh Domoraju. First of all, how does it feel to win against world champion?
Yeah, well, for now I'm still feeling somehow the tension of the game because it just finished. But I think in maybe 20-30 minutes it all set in. And of course I'm super happy. Not only is it my first win against the world champion, but also first win against Gukesh. So even before he was world champion, I played him a couple of times, but I never won against him, and he won against me several times. So yeah, I didn't expect to win, of course. But yeah, it feels really, really good, I have to say.
I wish I know how does it feel, but I'm afraid I will never experience that. Today we noticed that you have a new style. You came with the glasses. We have never seen you with the glasses. What was the reasoning about that?
Yeah, it was funny because Gukesh was wearing glasses the other 2 games, but today he didn't. No, we didn't plan that. But I often wear glasses. I usually wear contact lenses, but I often wear glasses just at night or in the morning. But actually, I had yesterday I did something with my lens and I irritated my eye, and it's still not feeling so good. And yeah, when that happens, I just want to give my eyes some rest. So there was really nothing. I didn't go for a new style. I just didn't feel good in my eye. So, and actually, I had something similar happen in Chennai Masters earlier last year. And also then I played 2 rounds with glasses on. So it's not my first time. But yeah, usually I always wear contact lenses. But sometimes when something happens with the eye, I prefer to take it easy, and doesn't make a huge difference for me. So yeah.
Okay. I also want to ask you if you're superstitious, because a lot of players are, and if you're going to wear the glasses for remaining games, because that help you to win against the world champion.
We'll see how my eye does. Usually I feel like I prefer without glasses, actually, because somehow the frame, like I like to think like this, and it gets a little bit in the way. It doesn't make a big difference. And no, I'm not really superstitious or something, but yeah, we'll see, I guess, tomorrow. I don't know yet myself, so yeah.
Okay, enough of chit-chatting. We want to know about your position, because it was really crazy starting from the very beginning. Can you please take us through the key moments of a day?
Yeah. Well, first of all, he was kind of going for some weird move orders in Spanish, and I didn't like fully understand like myself all the points, but I guess he had some points. But I just played like very like straightforward chess, and well, like he played some sideline which I kind of knew a little bit, but I hadn't looked at in a while. I just know it should be like kind of safe for white, and maybe like computer will say it's nothing much, but you know, that's just modern chess. And yeah, maybe I don't know, maybe I've seen this position before, or I don't even know, but like after he went this queen b8, like I was really looking already at this rook takes d4. So probably I already checked a little bit with the computer now. It's probably just a mistake, queen b8. Instead, he should play something else. I don't really know which move, to be honest.
Rook to e8.
Rook to e8.
And sacrifice the queen. Rook e8, queen e5.
Okay, wow, that's super deep. I was looking at queen e8, but you know, actually, I thought queen b8 looks very logical because he's getting out of the pin and attacking the bishop, and the thing is he cannot go here because, of course, now there is this anyway. So after this, like, I spent a lot of time on rook takes d4. It looked so tempting, but at the same time, he was looking rather calm, and I was like, am I missing something? But I didn't see it, so I thought I have to go for it and like see what happens. And then when he started thinking like 5, 10, and then 20 minutes, I was like, okay, yeah, then it's probably good for me because he spent so much time and he also couldn't find something. Initially, I was a little bit worried that I blundered something because I'm down a full rook, but I guess I didn't, so...
Did he make this queen b8 rather fast, or he took some time? Because we had also impression that he had this poker face and he was like very still during... At some point, he started to be very nervous.
Well, yeah, queen b8, he spent like 10 minutes. Maybe it was like the first move out of his prep or something, I don't know. But I wasn't sure, maybe he's just remembering or something like... or maybe he's even setting some trap, you know, I don't know. So I wasn't really trying to think that much about what he's thinking. I just tried to calculate like rook takes d4 as well as I could, and I didn't see any like good defense for him, so that's why I went for it, I guess.
And then the game was pretty long, and are you happy how the rest of the game went? Because you also used a lot of time to proceed the position, and Gukesh also put up such a big fight, right?
Well, first of all, I think he found what I thought was the best defense after rook takes d4. Like, there were a lot of lines to calculate, but what he did, maybe it was losing, but it was super hard for me to refute over the board. And finally, I went for some position I was really not like all that thrilled with. Like, I thought I should have had something better, which I probably did, as I already saw with the engine. But it was hard for me to figure out all the details, and also like time went down. But after I went for just maybe one more move, after I went for queen e3 here, I was really thinking he would take and then bring the knight to e6. And then he's kind of solid, and it's really hard to break. But when he allowed me at least this move e6, I was kind of happy that now my bishop will play. But you know, at the same time, I was kind of down under like time pressure, and he was playing fast. Maybe he was playing too fast because he made some inaccuracies as well, I think. And then actually later on, maybe it was still like a huge fight. And here, oh, sorry, that's I'm terrible. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, here I was thinking he should go a4, which is actually the best move, and I wanted to play bishop d1, but it's still very unclear if white is winning or not. And at least after he went for what he did, I got like 3 passed pawns, and I thought like things should be working out for him, although it's, for me, sorry, even though things are still tricky. But yeah, I think I played well from there on.
Yeah, it was really, really nice game, but kind of had a feeling that you had to win like twice in this game, right? The first when you had tactic in this moment, and then to convert it in the end, which was very nicely done by you.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, like probably it was easier like winning earlier or so, but for me I just didn't see it, and like I wasn't even like 100% sure like during the game if I missed something like big. I felt I did, but I just couldn't find it, and that's why I played like this. At the same time, I always knew like I'm up a pawn, like there's really no risk. Worst case, it's a draw, but you know, for him the defense will be always very difficult, even with best play. So I was happy anyway with the position always, and for me the main problem was a little bit the time, but yeah, with such a position, it's not such a big factor. You know, you can always make some kind of safe moves.
And in the end, it must be very much emotional state right now for you, right? To have such a nice and long game and to win against the world champion. What will be the plan for the evening? How you're going to like rest and maybe prepare for tomorrow, because tournament has just started.
Yeah, I have many more games to go, and I'll have some dinner with my Czech team captain, who's actually in Prague. So that's all I know, and then relax a bit. You know, so many more tough games to go, and I'll see after the tournament, you know, what's the final result. But maybe when I'm alone in the room later, I'll relax a bit, feel happy, and then, you know, back to work pretty quickly.
All right, thanks very much for giving us really good games. We really enjoyed your first round game was very, very nice. So best of the luck, and hopefully see you in our studio again.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, bye.